Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the it's a special health committee just prior to county council today. There were several addendum items that arose that do require the attention of council at our meeting later this morning. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone here bright and early this morning. I also am informed by the warden that we shall move this along smartly. That under pain of my no longer being recognized to open my microphone. So we all know what kind of a penalty that would be. So we are going to move it along with some alacrity. Beginning with information 8, I'll ask Ms. Sheedy if you can take us through the Director of Care. Certainly want to extend welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of Health Committee. Yes, item number 8 is the result of our recruitment efforts to replace Shelley Yantha. Very happy to advise you that Kim Saunders will be starting with us on October the 19th. As normal, she will come to, or participate in rather, a Health Committee and County Council session, so you'll definitely get a chance to meet her. But until then, know that she comes to us with a solid background in both nursing and management. Most beneficial to us, she's worked for a municipal long-term care home, both as an acting director of care, which this position is, and also as an acting administrator. So we're really looking forward to having her on board. If you'd like me to continue on, Mr. Chair.
Please, yeah, we'll go right through the resolutions.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9 is a resolution, and it is regarding the Bonnechere Manor Adult Day Program and an annual declaration that you are required to sign in order for us to continue to get our funding. So the recommendation or the resolution is that County Council, of course, this is written from you to County Council, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer / Clerk to sign the Schedule D Declaration of Compliance for the period of April 1st, 2019 to March 31st, 2020 as part of the Multi-Sector Service Accountability known as the MSAW between the Champlain Lynn and Bonnechere Manor for continuation of 100% funding of the Adult Day Program. So the background information is that the Adult Day Program has been in operation at the Manor since February 1997, and the Cobden Satellite since May 2001. And as you're very familiar, you sign an annual declaration with the LSAW for long-term care and with the MSAW for community programs. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I guess probably for efficiency purposes, we'll deal with these one at a time. So can I get a mover on this resolution, please? Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Regier. Any comment, discussion? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on, please.
Thank you. Item number 10 is on page 2 of your package, and it is a business case that can be found on pages 7 to 9 of the package. So it is, I'll read the resolution again. It's from you to County Council. The County Council approved part-time contract screener positions of 1,610 hours at Bonnechere Manor, 1,656 hours at Miramichi Lodge, commencing October the 1st, 2020 to January 31st, 2021. Funded by the Federal Safe Restart Program, if required, to fulfill the required COVID screening and related administrative duties such as visit facilitation, but also to reduce the demand on direct care staffing resources and overtime costs for an estimated unbudgeted savings of approximately $30,000 in the 2020 budget year rather. So the background, as you know, we are required to be compliant with screening all people entering the home. So that includes staff, residents, and visitors twice a day for residents, and on entry and exit for anyone leaving and attending to the home. That includes applying a tool that the province provides to us with a host of questions. I'm sure you've been asked most of them in places that you go to. It includes a temperature check as well in long-term care. The screener has to witness this. It has to be actively done and record these results. When this was first started in March, we were able to use existing staff maybe that were on a return to work program, et cetera, et cetera. And then over the summer, we had some summer students, so that was helpful. But the task itself has been added to because we've opened up to visitors in the home. It's very busy here with all the types of visits that are going on. Keeping in mind, we're still doing virtual, window, outdoor and indoor visits. And now added to that, residents can go out of the facility and again, very busy. As I indicated, we were originally using existing staff, but over the summer months as the task itself became greater and the summer students returned to school, we've had to pull frontline staff to do that. And of course, that's not good. That's taking away from resident care, but we're also paying them at their regular hourly rate, which is much higher than the requirements for this particular task. And so the reason that I'm asking for it to be temporary is because we don't know how much longer the government will require. Certainly, there's no indication right now it's going to stop anytime soon. But the reason I'm asking until January 31st is to bring us through the budget process so that if it looks like it's going to be longer, then I can take it through the normal process. I've just indicated the number of hours because it is a part-time position. We're looking at probably about 6 people per home to cover the 24/7 nature of the position. The if required funding coming from the federal funding, as you I've probably seen in the media yesterday, long-term care received some significant funding. We don't have a lot of details on that yet. So we're not sure how that's all going to pan out, but certainly that federal funding, we would qualify for that. So I think I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sheedy. Very comprehensive report. I certainly recognize, as you have said, at this point, it is open-ended, but I think that it is a safe assumption that there is especially as we are well into the second wave, that COVID-19 is going to be here with us for some time, knock on wood, that perhaps things change, but we need to make steps right now. With that, then, can I have a mover on this resolution, please? Councillor Grills, seconded by Councillor Bennett. Discussion, comment? All in favor? That is once again carried. Please carry on, Ms. Sheedy.
Thank you. Item number 11 is on the bottom of page 3 of your report. It's called a requirement to provide proof of negative COVID-19 test. Again, the resolution from you to County Council is that County Council authorized Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge to require family members to provide proof of negative COVID tests within the last 2 weeks for both indoor visits and when accompanying residents on short stay or temporary absences from the home. So again, I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible. You will recall that you have been incredibly supportive of taking very proactive actions for both of our long-term care homes, namely the requirement for a sole employer. And then it has been rescinded since, but as you know, we had a temporary pause on community admissions as well. And I think both of those measures were very important and very timely. And I'm asking for your support once again, especially as the chair has indicated. Everyone knows we're smack dab in wave 2. Our neighboring area of Ottawa is seeing very significant increase in long-term care outbreaks with some, serious repercussions. And for those reasons, currently, when a family member comes into the home for an indoor visit, there's a requirement to attest to a negative result, but not actually provide proof of it. Some homes are starting to do that, and we think it's a good thing to do. And certainly, Dr. Cushman supports that. The second part of that is around mid-August, the government allowed residents to leave the home once again, which we support with caution. However, there is no requirement for that family member that's coming into the home to pick them up, take them in their car, and whether they're taking them home or to a restaurant or wherever, to have any kind of testing done. And that just was never logical to me. And I actually thought it was an error and it would be corrected. But here we are at the end of September and it hasn't been. And so again, we're aware of some other homes, Hastings County as an example, have both moved to requiring their family members to provide proof before that resident leaves the home. And again, Dr. Cushman is supportive of this measure as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, again, comprehensive report, Ms. Sheedy. I also note, just saw this on, it was a link to perhaps one of the local media in any event. I believe that Marion Hill has already moved to institute this measure on an affirmative documentation of a negative test result. So this is a first step. With that, I'd invite Warden Robinson, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Discussion, comment. Warden Robinson.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So through you to Shelley, can you confirm that the health unit is willing to provide documentation for a negative test?
Thank you, Madam Warden. No, they won't be providing. We're going to follow the same process as Marion Hill, which has gone very smoothly, is we provide the link, the website where family members can either print or take a screenshot of their negative test. If they're not able to do that, they can call the home, the same number that they call to schedule the visit. And with their consent, we can go online for them and confirm it is negative.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Grills.
Thanks very much for this. This is, it makes me very happy to see. However, I noticed in your background that you describe this as a very unpopular decision. What kind of feedback are you getting?
Like all of us, the delay for testing results has been very frustrating. And for some people, even getting those tests, not so much in our area perhaps, but in the bigger areas. I think it's safe to say most family members want things to go back to normal. And so that means that our doors are wide open, and, family members come and go as they please and residents come and go as they please. And so, this adds a whole other element where you have to pre-plan your visit and, they've always had to have that test, but now they have to provide proof. So we do recognize that it is an added step, but at the end of the day, we are taking our responsibility to ensure our residents and staff are kept as safe as possible, and hence the recommendation.
Thanks, Shelley. I'm 100% in agreement, 150% in agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grills. Any further comment, discussion? I'm just going to add that we are in a very dynamic environment. Once again, we find ourselves. Yesterday's announcement, what I will say is I'll put the criticism up front. I'm disappointed that a lot of the measures that have just been taken were not taken 2 months ago. Having said that, I'm enormously grateful that they are now been taken. With respect to forestry, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Likewise, I'm very relieved because I think we're beginning to see at least the blueprints of the Iron Ring, which I think was still in the planning stages for much of the summer. So I'm very pleased at this, and certainly echoing Councillor Grill's comments. Committee may very much be aware in these high-risk regions, and I don't think there's any secret, that is Toronto, Peel, and Ottawa. They are actually having to designate specific individuals who will be the dedicated in-home visitors. I recognize the value to the psychosocial health of residents of long-term care, of having that connection, not just with perhaps family, but the community. But again, as Councillor Grills has indicated, in this second wave and increasing cases, I'll draw again to committee's attention that the single largest month of positive cases in Renfrew County and District has been September, with, I believe, 20. The previous high was April with 9. So we are well into the second wave here. So this is an appropriate measure at this time. I certainly will also echo Ms. Sheedy's comments with respect to residents' visits out into the community and the challenges that has for IPAC, or infectious prevention and control. And it is completely out of the control of long-term care, whether it be our long-term care homes or nonprofits or for-profits. So I think that we must once again demonstrate leadership here, and I'm very pleased to also have on board Dr. Cushman. I know he's been very proactive in our community in protecting all of the citizens, but certainly where the highest risk citizens are in long-term care. With that then, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Since there was an information item, I'm presuming we still must have a resolution to accept the report in its entirety.
Yes.
Can I have said motion? Councillor Love, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any further discussion or comment on anything? All in favor? Outstanding. That threat of excommunication moved this along timely. I also note that as an undercard to the main event, beginning at 9 o'clock, I think that Health Committee was probably very well placed to draw the crowd. Anyway, thank you very much for your attendance early this morning, and we will see you very shortly once again on the TV.
Thank you.
You need an adjournment.
Oh, sorry. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Doncaster, I'm not sure if you were reaching for the volume. There you are. And seconded by Councillor Love. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Murphy.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the County Council meeting of Wednesday, September 30th to order. I would ask everyone to stand for a moment of silent reflection, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Morrow, roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett,
Here.
Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
I am virtually here.
Councillor Grills.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Hunt.
Here.
Councillor Keller.
Present.
Councillor Love.
Present.
Councillor Lynch.
Present.
Anything that's going to be
You.
enough for us
Councillor Murphy.
regionals.
Here.
Councillor Peckett.
Present.
Councillor Regier.
Present.
Councillor Reinwald.
Present.
Warden Robinson.
Present.
Councillor Sweet.
Present.
Thank you, sir. And Councillor TJ.
Present.
Thank you. Roll call has been taken, Warden.
Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Bennett.
I just wanted to make it known that last meeting there was money suggested going to Renfrew Senior Home Support as the lead agency to look after it during the social services. And I do sit as president of that and have for almost 10 years now. So I want to declare on that.
It's duly noted. Thank you, sir. Any other disclosure? Councillor Reinwald, please. Can you turn your microphone on, please, sir? Thank you.
Better?
It is.
I'd like to declare conflict of interest on item 10D, sub item 2.
Okay. It's noted as well, correct? Thank you very much. Any other further declarations? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of the June 24th and August 26th meeting, please? Moved by Councillor TJ, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any comments, Seeing none, all in favor? Councillor Donahue, did you have a comment or were you just voting?
Thank you. I am certainly voting in favor. Just a question on, I just went back to the website and I wonder if an estimate could be provided. There's only, I think, 4 minutes. The health, special health, D&P and operations from, I believe, September are on the website. Is there a timeline on, I understand certainly with the migration to the new website and of course then the onset of COVID has certainly impacted capabilities, capacities, but is there a timeline on when more minutes might be posted to the website?
Mr. Morrow?
Thank you, Warden, through you,
Councillor
Councillor
Donahue.
Donahue.
The other challenge we're dealing with is the new accessibility requirements, and we are working to get those on. I'll get back to you with respect to a timeline, if that's okay, Warden. Thank you.
It is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything further? Seeing none, we already voted for the minutes. I just had to revert back to allow Councillor Donahue to have a comment. So as we gather in chambers this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. September 30th is Orange Shirt Day, which is a day when we honor the Indigenous children who were sent away to residential schools in Canada, and we learn about the history of those schools. We pray that history never repeats itself. Members of County Council, during the month of September, I attended 12 meetings on county business. During the month of September, we continued the Emergency Operations Center meetings each week as the county continues to be in a declared emergency. On Wednesday, September 2nd, I attended, along with other members of County Council, the ribbon cutting ceremony of the old Highway 62 bridge on Bourne Road in the township of Laurentian Valley. I was very happy to see this project completed, as were the residents of the hamlet of Alice who also came out for the ceremony. On September 11th, I, along with Chair of Operations, Councillor Tom Peckett, CAO Paul Morrow, Director of Public Works and Engineering, Lee Perkins, and Director of Development and Property, Craig Kelly, met with Garrison Petawawa Colonel John Vass and Chief Warrant Officer Jack Durnford to discuss a number of items of mutual interest. I believe it was a very productive and enlightening meeting. Our relationship with Garrison is most important, and it is one that I am sure County Council will continue to foster. The topics for this initial meeting included the Algonquin Trail, retention of retiring military personnel and their families to our area, County Road 51, Renfrew County VTAC, of which the Garrison is extremely supportive, troop familiarization of Renfrew County, and the 2022 Youth Winter Games. We have invited Colonel Vass to be a delegation at a future County Council meeting, which he has graciously accepted. On September 17th, I participated in a media advisory on COVID-19 with Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, our MPP, John Yakubuski, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, Mike LeMay, Acting Medical Officer of Health, the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, Dr. Robert Cushman, Clinical Coordinator for VTAC, Dr. Jonathan Fitzsimons, County Director of Emergency Services, Chief Mike Noland, and Brittany Martin, Community Health Nurse and Pandemic Advisor, Pikwakanagan First Nation. We wanted to ensure our residents that we were working diligently together to keep everyone safe. However, everyone bears responsibility to follow the rules of our health care experts if we want to get through the second wave safely. We had 308 concurrent viewers, not including your TV and MyFM Live. The county's YouTube channel views that day were 13,034, and we've had a total of 15,037 views since that time. On September 18th, I attended, along with Chief Administrative Officer Paul Morrow, a special meeting of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. There were a number of resolutions adopted at that meeting, including a resolution introduced by the County of Renfrew requesting the province of Ontario to provide municipalities with as much flexibility as possible in developing the guidelines for the utilization of funds provided through the Safe Restart Agreement, and that municipalities be permitted to use these funds for capital purchases in response to COVID-19. This received unanimous support, which I was very appreciative of. The Warden's Caucus also endorsed the recommendation from the Eastern Ontario Paramedics Chiefs regarding the development of an Eastern Ontario Regional Community Paramedic Rapid Response Team. It also approved funds not to exceed $95,000 to be drawn from the Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus reserves to fund a Phase 1 review of Eastern Ontario long-term care facilities in 2020. And it endorsed the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council's application for incorporation. And finally, the EOWC endorsed and provided support to the United Counties of Prescott and Russell for its Food Hub project. This project will benefit all of Eastern Ontario. I've also had frequent conversations with our MPP, Minister John Yakabuski, regarding the turnaround time to receive COVID-19 test results, our long-term care needs, and of course, our CVTAC. I, along with Chair of Health, Michael Donoghue, Chair of Development and Property, Bob Sweet, CAO, Paul Morrow, those are back in my other days, Paul Morrow, and Directors Craig Kelly and Lee Perkins will be meeting via Zoom with Minister Yakabuski this Friday to discuss VTAC, community paramedics, long-term care, investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Algonquin Trail, and our Safe Restart funding. I would be remiss if I did not publicly congratulate Councillor TJ on her marriage on Saturday, September the 26th. I wish you a lifetime of happiness together. And finally, on behalf of all members of County Council, I extend condolences to the family of John Deering, former Reeve of Horton Township, who passed away on September 6th at the age of 91. Mr. Deering was Reeve of Horton Township and a member of County Council from 1992 to 1997, and again from 2001 to 2003. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you. And now it is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you our delegation today. The CAO of Hastings County, no stranger to Renfrew County for sure, Jim Pine, co-lead, and Lisa Severinson, Communications Director of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, will be providing an update on EORN's Phase 1 broadband, EORN's cell gap project, 510, and 1 gig analysis. And joining them today is Paula Preston. Welcome, Paula, Director of Technology for EORN. So, Mr. Pine, you can take it away.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and members of County Council. It's always a pleasure to come and even though it's virtually this time, to speak with Renfrew County Council. As you mentioned, Lisa and Paula and I were actually going to split the presentation up. You don't need to hear me speak for the whole of it. But let me start by saying, if I can, it's a personal thing I'd like to say, and that is to thank all of you as elected officials at the county, and to Paul and all of his staff for the incredible work that I know you're doing in Renfrew County to support your residents and businesses through COVID-19 and the pandemic. I just think that it's important to say thank you for all of the work that you're doing, because it spills over across the rest of the region, and your leadership's really important in all of that. So thanks very much for that. But what we're really here today for, and I'm not sure who's got control of the screen, to be honest. Who's doing the
Paula has control, Jim, so just
good.
let her know when you want to change a slide.
Next slide, Paula, thanks. So as I said, we're going to split the presentation up this morning between the three of us. I'm going to start it off. We have an agenda, as Her Honor had mentioned. It really is to talk about three main things. What we've done in the past, that's our Phase 1 project, and we'll just do a short summary of that shortly. How things are going with the cell project, and really our latest and next important initiative around better broadband to homes and businesses through the GIG project, and our analysis of 5010. So that's the agenda. Next slide, Paula. So just as a reminder, because really we're now 10 years from the start of EORN and the first work that we've collectively done as the EOWC to improve access to high-speed internet services across the region. So what this slide is just a summary of the phase 1 project, which we might remember started in 2010 and ended in 2015. It was a project that had a value of $175 million, and it was about getting a better access to higher speeds to people's homes and businesses through a variety of technology. The contribution of Renfrew County at that time was just under $850,000. There was about just under $16 million of physical investment in broadband infrastructure into the county through that first project. And that included $2.3 million of getting fiber to business parks across your county. And at the end of the day, if you looked at the investments made in Renfrew County through the first project to what the county contributed, it was about an 18.7 to 1 return. So a really high ROI on the investment that you made as a county towards that first project. And I think by anybody's standards, that's a pretty good return on money invested. And on the right-hand side, under the coverage slide, you can see the kinds of statistics that we have around the coverage that we got. And remember, that first project was getting people to 10 megabits down, 1 megabit up. And at the time we started, the national standard was 1.5 megabits down as being, that was considered broadband. So we were trying to get about 10 times more through that first project, and we're pretty successful. But as we know, the demand for internet services continues to grow. What we had hoped in that first project was that as we did this work, once it was finished, that the private sector would continue to invest in broadband infrastructure and services, that this was going to stimulate further private sector investment. And just in the last day or so, we received some information from one of our main partners that was in first project, that's Bell Canada. And they've given us some additional information that I want to share with you right now. So since 2015, Bell has provided access to fiber services for 8,632 homes and businesses, largely in the urban areas, Arnprior, Renfrew, town of Renfrew, Petawawa, Pembroke. So there are a large number of folks and businesses who are now getting or have access to fiber-based services. That work was valued at about $5.6 million. Bell has also continued to invest in greenfield. When greenfield subdivisions are being constructed, they're putting fiber into those subdivisions, and they've done about $20 million worth of work in the county around putting fiber into those kinds of situations in greenfield developments. And in addition, Bell is also rolling out fiber into a number of their cell towers around the county in order to provide what they call wireless to the home internet, which generates or provides much higher speeds than the traditional wireless services that we've come to know, I think up to 25 megabits. And that work is going to continue through 2021. And of course, they're waiting on some announcements in the ICON program that the province has recently launched. So a lot of work was done in 2010 to 2015. It's continued on through our private sector partners, which is great. And across the whole of Eastern Ontario, since 2015, we're well beyond $100 million worth of additional work that the private sector has done, stimulated as a result of the work we did in that first project, because we put in a large backhaul network and we've extended out networks. So I think what we hoped would happen is happening, but there's much more to do. So if I can go to the next slide, Paula, just a little primer around technology, because it's important since we're doing different kinds of work. So in terms of mobile broadband, and this is really related to the cell project, the GAP project that we're doing, the devices that we're really talking about are cell phones, tablets, doing cell calls using your mobile device to do apps and work and browse and social media. So that's kind of the mobile side of the technology that we've got going. Next slide, Paula. When we talk about fixed broadband, which was largely that first project that I've just talked about, that's getting internet services to homes or businesses at a fixed location. And there's a device in place to receive the signal. So technology like fiber or DSL, fixed wireless and satellite. And it allows businesses to do things around inventory and payroll and accounting, and kids who need to do research for school and online learning, etc. So it's at your home or at the business where you receive it. So that's what we talk when we say sort of fixed broadband. Next slide. In terms of the technology that we're going to be using in our next, in the cell project, what we're talking about is our demand model was built upon 4G LTE networks. So that's the mobile networks. That's where the technology that we want to see included in the work that's going to get done through the cell project. But what we also know is that we want to make sure that what we build is scalable for the future. And that's certainly part of the cell project. We're going to be building a lot of towers. I should say we are partners who we ultimately select through our procurement process are going to be building a lot of cell towers. That's how we get the mobile signal out to people where they're driving or where they're standing or where they're living or working. We need these towers in order to do that. And we are currently evaluating proposals that we've received. We received 2 proposals through our RFP process and are looking at these details around where towers are going to go when we pick the successful proponent. And when we do that, we'll be able to come back to you, particularly your staff, and tell you where those towers are slated to go so that you know, because we're going to need your support to make sure that the construction of those towers happen. And I'll talk about that in just a second. But so we'll be coming back to you with more specific details. And we've put a slide in here with some information if you're interested and have the time to go and look at some of information around radio frequency safety technologies and other information. So if you're interested, here's a few links that you can go to take a look. Next slide. I'd like to talk now specifically about the goals that we've set for the cell project, because it's important just to remind everybody what they are. What we want to have happen is that across 99% of the Eastern Ontario region, wherever people live, work, or travel, that they can actually make a phone call, a cell call, and receive a cell call. And for us, that's really critical to public safety. We know that there's been situations in your county where there's been an accident, people are not able to make a phone call to call emergency service and have to find a landline. And that's just unacceptable. And that's one of the things that we're going to do with this project, is to make that coverage across 99% of the region. We know there are areas in Eastern Ontario where nobody lives, there are no houses, there are no cottages, there are no roads. So there are areas that are just, that's why we have 99% and not 100. There are areas where there just isn't anybody, but want that high level of coverage. We also want our proponents who we select to provide 95% coverage across the region, again, where people live, work, and travel, so that they can do standard definition calls. It's a service level that supports email, browsing, social media. So if you're making a FaceTime call, for instance, you'd be able to do that. And the last goal is around providing high definition coverage. So we've set a pretty high goal as well at 85% to get high definition coverage so that you can do video conferencing, stream movies, or have these very intensive data applications that high definition is required for. So it's a pretty comprehensive set of goals that we put in place. And that's what we're evaluating the bids against. So we set the bar high, but we want to be sure that we get maximum value out of the project that we do. Next slide. So as you know, you've heard this before, the cost of doing this work is estimated at around $213 million. And We've have the money in place from our partners at this stage. The Eastern Wardens Caucus and the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus are all supporting that, save and except one municipality, Brockville, has opted out, are contributing $10 million. And you can see your share at the bottom of the slide there is $905,996. So again, we appreciate your participation and your leadership. You've stepped up to the plate once again with a substantial contribution. We've received the support of Canada and Ontario, each contributing $71 million. And of course, part of the bids that we're evaluating requires the telecom providers, whoever they might be, those we've received 2 bids, to also contribute money, and the minimum amount is around between $61 and $67 million that we expect from our private sector partners. It's truly a PPP project, and it's been a successful model in the past, and it's going to be successful again, in my opinion. So that's how we're funding it. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier that we're going to need your help as we roll out the actual construction of the project. There may be lands that you own as municipalities, both at the county level and at the local level, that when we determine exactly where the towers are going to go, if they happen to be in an area that would be suitable for municipal lands, we're going to ask you to look at whether or not you would be supportive of having a tower on your land, if I can put it that way. We suggest that, and as you know, in the last project, towers were also a part of the work that we did. So having an idea about how you're going to deal with the siting plans, because you are the local land use authority and are going to need to approve the tower sites in your municipalities, and we can help you with that as well. So it's something that's going to be an action that locally and probably at the county, we're going to ask you to consider, that is helping us get these towers sited and built. And anything we can do to expedite the construction of these towers is going to mean people get service that much more quickly. So you will definitely have a role to play in this project as we get to the build phase of it. Next slide. So just a little bit of a status update for you. We really ramped up, that is EORN really ramped up starting this spring. By the end of March, we'd hired all of our staff, many who are working for Lisa in communications and other aspects of it, and with Paula around the technical side with engineering, and of course on the financial side. So the staff is in place. It's another small but very skilled team. I think we have 13 total. I might have that number out by 1 or 2. But again, we're very conscious of making sure that we only spend project administration money when we need to. And we want to make sure we put all that we can into the infrastructure side. We issued the RFP for the project on April the 20th, gave sufficient time for companies to look at that and bid, and it closed on September 3rd. We have 2 bids that we are evaluating right now. On the government side, the transfer payment agreement that we needed to put in place between Ontario, ourselves, and Canada, Ontario Acts for Canada, was signed and completed on the 15th of May. And as we go through the evaluation of the bids, we'll be and select our successful proponent or proponents. We'll start the negotiation for contracts starting in, we expect, in November. That takes time. By February, we should be done and into construction next year. It's going to take about 5 years to fully build out the project. Just a reminder, this is an area the same size as Nova Scotia, for about 50,000 square kilometers. So it's a big area to cover, but we'll be all done. We have to be all done by 2025. But EORN has an ongoing responsibility to monitor the contracts and make sure that the work that we require from our private sector partners is done. That will continue through 2030. So there's an ongoing contract responsibility to EORN going forward for that, really until 2030, the next 10 years or so. Next slide. So this is where I'm going to stop. I think I'm going to, no, I've got a couple more slides to do, and then I'm going to turn it over to Paula. I wanted to shift and just talk about now the 5010 and the gig. So as you know, the CRTC set, and I think it was in 2016, an aspirational goal for 90% of Canadians to have access to broadband speeds of at least 50 megabits down and 10 megabits up by 2021. What we have always been concerned at EORN and the EOWC is that we don't want to be in that last 10% or the 10% that isn't able to get it. We know people need higher speeds and they need it now, and nothing that the pandemic has done has diminished that. It's actually obviously made it more stark in terms of the need for people to be able to connect. COVID-19 has laid bare the problems that we have. So this has been an objective of ours of getting the region to better broadband, really since we started. But after that first project, we continued to work, as you know. And in 2019, EORN did some more analysis about the state of where we're at around 5010. And you can see the numbers. Just back in 2019, only about 46% of our rural homes and businesses across the region had any kind of access to 5010. And when you put in the cities, if I can put it that way, it comes up to 63%, woefully short of the 90%. And really what we would like to see is everybody getting it. So what that told us is we have a big gap and a lot of work to do. So the EOWC and EORN commissioned a very detailed analysis to establish how much would it cost us to try and achieve the 5010. And also we said at the time, 5010 is the minimum that the CRTC suggests. And the wardens and the EORN board of directors said, we really should look at fixing the problem, if I can call it sort of once and for all, at least for a generation, by looking at a project that would bring a gigabit of capacity and speed to people's homes and businesses. So we did work getting to the minimum and what would it look like to actually do something quite aspirational at the 1 gig status. So we've done that. We've done it on the basis of, on 5010, of getting to 95% of the demand area. So what we do in EORN is look at where people live and where they work, because that creates demand, and you need to be able to satisfy the demand. And we have some areas in our region, as I said earlier, where there are no homes, there are no businesses, there are no roads. So putting infrastructure into an area where there'll be no use of it, we think is probably not money well spent. So we work around looking at where people live and where they work so that we can figure out where the demand is, and then trying to satisfy that demand. And in the 5010 analysis, we used a mixture of technology on our costing. 75% wireline, as we call it, fiber cable that would be 1 gig capable, and then 20% would be fixed wireless across the region. So to get to about 90% of each county's demand. And on the gig side, we looked at the cost of bringing, as I say, a gig, which is 1,000 megabits of service, to 95% of the demand areas across the region using a wireline technology or a fiber-based solution. So that's what we did in terms of our cost analysis. That's how we did it, and the parameters around that. Paula? And here are the numbers, and you may have seen some of these before. So to get to the minimum, 5010, to 95% of the demand area, it's going to cost between $500 and $750 million. And your share of that, just in raw numbers, would be about $51 million to get to 5010. And the range of 500 to 750 million is in large part depends upon the cost of accessing utility poles, Hydro One poles, and what the costs of putting fiber on that and the annual or the monthly rental costs. And we're working with Hydro One around trying to bring their costs down on it. But that's the range that we've calculated. When you look at the second, the gig project that we call it, to get to 95% of the demand area, it's a $1.2 billion to $1.6 billion spend that would be required. And your share of that in raw numbers would be about $211 million. So if you were trying to do this on your own, maybe say this in another way. If you were trying to do this as Renfrew County by yourself, we estimate it would cost you about $51 million to do a 50-10 project. Or if you were going to do a gig project, it'd be about 211 million on your own. And we know that that's not doable, but that's why we aggregate the work through EORN and work with private sector partners to do it. But those are the raw numbers, and it's based upon, as we say, about $30 a meter for fiber. That's the gig project to do, and in the cell. So big numbers, but nonetheless, that's what we face, and that's what we want to do with those projects. If we were doing a 50-10, or if we're doing the gig. Now, the Warden's Caucus, the Mayor's Caucus have all endorsed moving forward with the gig approach, and that's what we've been pushing for, because we think we should try and resolve our internet service challenges. I sort of say once and for all, but for a long, long time, because fiber, as you know, has a much longer lifespan in terms of its usability, up to 20 years. So if we're going to spend again, let's do it and fix it sort of once and for all. And that's the gig approach. And it's resonated, I think, reasonably well across the region, certainly with our elected officials federally and provincially seem to be certainly supportive. We've received letters of support for the gig project from Liberal MPs, and we expect the same come from all of the Conservative MPs across the region. And so EORN is doing a lot of work to promote that project so that we could do, as we say, a major build for the region and do some really, really good work that would serve for the long, long term. Next slide. So I think this is where I'm going to stop. I think, Paula, you're stepping in now and going to give a little bit more detail around it, if that's okay. Unless there's any questions, Your Honor, at this stage, be happy to try and answer.
You know, Jim, I think we'll let you go and right through your entire presentation, if that's okay, and then we'll go back and see if there's anyone in council that has a question. Thank you.
Paula.
Great. So can everybody hear me? So one of the things, so thank you very much, Jim, for going over the first part and the key information from a financial and a coverage perspective for the county. I thought I would give a little bit more technical background on some of our analysis process, so you have a bit better understanding of how we came up with these numbers and what they really mean. So as Jim mentioned earlier, is when we did our analysis for the project, we focused on two different designs, a 50-10 model and trying to push out 50-10 as far out as we can with as much wireline services as we can. And as Jim mentioned, wireline is basically a fiber or a cable solution, and then adding a wireless technology for the remaining percentage where we didn't think we could afford to do a wireline model. And then that was our 50-10 approach. On the gig approach, we decided that we would go out and try and build a network which is good for a generation or more. And that's the value of a fiber model. And then that's our 1 gig design. So the intent was to push fiber out as far as we can. The next slide sort of gives again a bit more, trying to get everybody on the same framework in terms of definitions to make sure we're all talking the same thing, is that this diagram sort of shows the various types of technology working from the right-hand side where the pseudo house is. I talk about Wi-Fi as the radio service that is used within a building. It's got a range of about 30 meters. When we talk about wireless, which is represented by those little houses in the middle there with the sort of radio beams coming out of them, that's what represents a wireless technology. And it's basically a radio link from a tower to a device or to a home. Could be mobile, it could be fixed. And again, as Jim mentioned, mobile is as a cellular network where the radio receiver or the phone is moving from site to site. fixed is where it's located in your house and it doesn't move. Similar technology, but different technology. And wireline, again, is where a wire is connected to your house. So those are the sort of key definitions that we're using throughout our project. Just make sure everybody's on the same page. The analysis project or the analysis process that ERN has used for all three of its projects, the first project, the first broadband project, we did some of this work. We used the same methodology for the cell project, and that's what helped to convince our funding sources that we had a quality process behind our analysis. And thirdly, we've used the same approach again for the broadband project to identify what it could cost the region to provide a gig solution to our entire region. And so this analysis process is very key to our model, and it's different than other methodologies like the federal programs for funding, because what we're looking at is trying to identify where there is market failure, as in where a carrier will not come into a region on their own. And that's where we should be making our public investments. And it's a key leverage, a key differentiation for the ERN program. And very quickly, our analysis consists of 6 steps. The first is a demand mapping, and I'll explain some of these in a little bit more detail, but this is where we expect or where we require coverage. We can never cover an entire region. In fact, there's no value in covering a region with a fixed service if there's no households or people using it. So we need to identify where people are. And we also look at what's the capacity required. And I'll explain this more in a different slide. The second part of our analysis is we want to go out and figure out where services exist currently. That's our supply mapping. The third step is what's the difference? So where are the holes in coverage and capacity across the region? That's our gap analysis. And then we, using our industry knowledge, the partners that we consult with, we develop a solution or a model, a solution to try and fix the problem. So what equipment is required to solve our coverage problems? And then we cost that solution based on our knowledge of industry. Some situations we've actually got concrete data from service providers in terms of how much their equipment costs and what are their construction costs. And then finally, we do a market failure analysis, which looks at the capital costs to build a project, what's the expected operating costs over a 10-year period, what's the expected return that a carrier or a service provider will require to make for their investments, because generally they're publicly traded companies. And then from that, we have a formula or an equation, which lets us figure out for these carriers to break even or make a profit, how much do we have to invest from a public perspective in terms of to get them to invest in our region. And that's what differentiates this whole process differentiates our model from anybody else's. And it's been successful in the past, and we believe it's going to be successful with our gig project in terms of getting funding. So let me go through a couple of these stages in a little bit more detail to help see if you help people understand what we're trying to do here. This is the key one that's the easiest one to explain is what's demand. And from our perspective, we talk about coverage. We're going to cover 95% of the region. What we really mean is that we're going to cover 95% of the demand in the region, because demand is where it's modeled for households, businesses, facilities. It's where these people locate and where we expect to get coverage. And secondly, it also has a component of capacity, because we want to make sure that that over the length of the project, that we continue to have enough capacity in the network to meet the requirements of our population going forward to some period of time. And in the gig project, we're projecting it to 2027. So because it does no good to put in a a wireless tower that will only service one person when you know that there's going to be 50 people trying to make a connection there, and everybody will complain if they can't get that service. So that's why it's so important to model capacity as well, and it drives some of our cost numbers as well. So when ERN did its coverage mapping for the GIG project and for the 5010 project, is that we looked at MPAC and TerraNet data from 2019. So this is where people, so this is property parcels. We included a wide range of property parcels from not only households, but to include businesses, arenas, facilities, like a whole range where you would expect to deliver an internet connection. It's important for not just our residents, but also from businesses as well, from an economic development perspective, to make sure we included everything. And the same information was of use for both the 5010 and for the 1 gig model, because both require service. From a mapping perspective, we went down to the granularity of a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid. We had to have some sort of aggregation capability so that we could show, so that we could calculate capacity, for example. This map here shows both the coverage and capacity modeled for the 5010 project across the entire region. So you can see is that the white area here represents where we believe that there are no residences that require, or premises that require broadband service. So it's empty land, basically. That white area represents about 43% of the entire region. The colored bins, the colors in the bins represent the amount of capacity required in various areas. So you can see logically that around Pembroke area, Almont, all the Renfrew, those core areas, and certainly down by the city of Kingston, where it's pink, it's got more demand than anywhere else. And it goes from pink to green to blue, representing the amount of demand. And coverage, and of course, every colored bin represents where we expect to get coverage. But the demand is trying to show a way of representing demand across the region. The next slide sort of highlights the county again, and we've provided these detailed maps to county staff in July, and it shows a representation of where we expect coverage to happening across the region. Okay. I'm just going to keep going through these, the first map was for a 5010 model. You can see that for the 1 gig model, the demand increases. There's actually no blue in this, or very little blue in this model, and that's because when we have a service, when a fiber service is provided to a community, the actual usage increases. It's just like any service. If you provide it, people will come and use it. So a fiber connection, people will use their fiber connections more than they will use their fixed wireless, for instance. So our demand increases with the fiber model, but it's all built into our analysis and our costing. So that's sort of a background of our coverage and capacity models for the region. One of the other things then is that how do you compare this to the data that's available from ISED, which is the Industry, Science and Economic Development, which drives the various funding programs such as the ICON or any of the other national broadband funding programs, because we wanted to make sure that our analysis was similar to what the federal government was stating would be areas that are eligible for funding. So ISED gets data from the carriers, the telecom service providers, on an annual basis, and they update their maps with this data, which the service providers are obligated to provide. and they've gone to a new mapping environment where they're mapping the data down to a 250-meter road segment. It used to be using the 26 square kilometer hexes, those green hexes that we used to talk about. They've switched to a much greater granularity, and they're using so they're now using a 250-meter road segment. So we took their information and aggregated it to show the sort of expectations or coverage that ISED is showing for their coverage. So what we've seen is that our ISED data, or the ISED data, and our year-end supply data is identical, or very much similar. So we're very comfortable in our understanding of supply. So we believe now that our gap analysis is fairly accurate, and therefore our solution costing continues to be accurate. So as we go forward to the federal and provincial governments, we can say that our mapping is our results are very similar to what you're stating. So we should be able to you should be able to support our funding programs, basically. And this map here shows a little bit more granularity, the detail associated with the county of Renfrew, in terms of, you can see that the hot pink represents where, again, our demand, where we expect to see coverage. And the green areas show where ISED believes that there is coverage at 50/10, at least throughout the region. So that's it from a very quick high-level view of how we did our analysis. And I'm going to pass this slide over now to Lisa, and then we can answer questions at the end. Because I went over this, maybe. Go ahead.
Paula, just to give everyone a quick update, in mid-April, early May, we had a few meetings with our MPPs and our MPs on exactly our analysis of the 50/10 and the gig. And it was actually one of the MPs who said to us, why would you only do a 50/10 and have to come back to us in 5 or 10 years for more money to push it up to the next level? He said, why don't you just go for the gig? So that gave us a lot of hope that we weren't off base with presenting that and getting the endorsement from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. So the caucus gave us a resolution of support at their May 29th meeting. And our EORN board also endorsed moving forward with a gig project. I can tell you that Jim and I have been very busy behind the scenes, working with MPs and MPPs to continue to push the gig project. And I think what's really positive is that not one of those MPs, MPPs, or ministers, both at the federal and provincial level, have said no, that you guys are crazy, this isn't a good idea. We've been told to continue to push. And I think COVID has really brought the situation at a national level. Every rural area and MP and MPP who represent rural areas are bringing this forward to their governments. And I think they absolutely recognize the need for better broadband. So I think we're hopeful. And if I can have Paula go on to the next slide, please. So our next steps, we will continue to advocate both provincially and federally. We do have champions within both the provincial and federal government that are helping us push this initiative forward. EORN could have a request for proposal in place if the government said tomorrow, you know what, we think it's a great idea. We know you're ready to go. We know you can get shovels in the ground. We could have an RFP out in the market by February of 2021. That would hopefully allow for us to have shovels in the ground in that same year. So it's really important, I think, for us to continue the push to make this a reality. I get numerous calls and emails a day. People are struggling right now because of working from home and students taking classes from home. What I do, though, is try to set expectations. Even if the money was announced tomorrow, it's not like we flip a light switch and the service is there. It takes time to build out infrastructure. Broadband is a type of infrastructure, just like roads and bridges, and you don't build those in a day. So we're always trying to set expectations, but if we don't move on this, and if we don't get shovels in the ground by next year on this project, it'll be another build cycle and not until 2022 or even 2023. So one of the things we are pushing with the MPs and MPPs is that if you make a decision, the money has to flow. It can't be, we can't have lengthy contract. Everyone has to do their due diligence, but we've just signed a TPA with the provincial government on behalf of themselves and the federal government. And the longer it takes to negotiate those types of things, again, it pushes back shovels in the ground and service getting out to folks. We know that this model can be replicated across Canada. We have done work in Nova Scotia. We've had conversations with the province of British Columbia who are looking at doing projects. And I think there is recognition at both the federal and provincial level that EORN's model does work. So again, I know we touched on different things, the tower siting protocols, etc. EORN is there to help. We can assist you where we can. And that's the end of the presentation. We do have, the next slide is just the slide that asks for questions. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and see if there's any questions for Jim and Paula and I.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Lisa and Paula. That was an exceptional presentation. I've certainly learned a lot through that process for sure. Any questions? Councillor Sweet, please. Can you turn on your microphone, please, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Warden. Jim, Lisa, and Paul, it's nice to see you guys again. 10 years, I don't know where the time has gone. You look much younger now than you did 10 years ago. But I wanted to give maybe Council a bit of an update and an overview of what is happening as far as Petawawa is concerned. It is sort of germane to the discussion that we're having. For the benefit of those, particularly those who are west of Pembroke, there is a major, pardon? There's a major Hydro One project going on to replace a hydro line from the Pembroke transmission station all the way up to Diswisha. It's a huge undertaking, 90 kilometers, and they're putting in a main transmission line. And I've got a little preamble here. It consists of some 400 poles and the main transmission line of 90 kilometers all the way up. We had a discussion on this project, which starts on the 13th of October and goes right through to the end of October. It's a massive undertaking. One of the issues, though, that not issues, but comments that was made, and I had the opportunity to discuss this, they intend to put in 90 kilometers of fiber optic cable along that transmission line, which I think is great news for those who are in the western portion of the county. I know at times connectivity is a bit of an issue. I would like to, they want to talk to me a little bit more about fiber, about their backhaul, their backbone. That's what it is. They're not an ISP provider, but they're certainly putting in place, similar to EORN, the highway, so to speak. Up in that part, or this part of the county, there is a challenge, geographically speaking, to try and get all of that kind of connectivity in place. I think there's a great opportunity to partner with EORN and have a chat with them to see exactly what they're doing and how that perhaps dovetails with what you're doing in terms of fiber cable coming along there. So I would like to perhaps suggest to EORN that an opportunity to talk with Hydro One on this particular situation would be advantageous to us within Renfrew County. They did also indicate that they've been in, and maybe Peter knows of this as well, but they have been in discussions with AMO with regards to this backbone throughout the province of Ontario. So I have another meeting scheduled with them, and if you are interested or can assist to get connectivity and broadband, etc., up into here. To put it in perspective for those who are on the screen, it's going to run from the Pembroke transmission station, which is in Laurentian Valley or close to Laurentian Valley, through the city of Pembroke, through the town of Petawawa, skirts the city of Pembroke, up through Chalk River, up through Deep River, on the way up to the Swisher. 90 kilometers of fiber optic cable sort of speaks to partnerships, Jim, that you alluded to. So I think it's an opportunity to sit down and just see if it can dovetail with what you are proposing or what you're doing. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much. Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Bob. That's a really important piece of information for us, and we've made it quite clear in our written materials that Hydro One we see as a partner potentially, particularly in the GIG project, because they do have assets that are underutilized. They're putting in the new asset, as you've indicated, and that's really important to help us on the GIG project. And we'd be really pleased to talk with you and with Hydro One on that piece of it. We've already been talking with Hydro and members of the government, particularly around the role that Hydro One can play in supporting the expansion of broadband across our region and across the province as well. They do have something called Hydro One Telecom Services, which is at another end of the business end of Hydro One. And so we've already had meetings with them in the past, and we're having more. So thanks for that, Bob. That's good information for us to have. Happy to participate.
Lisa?
Through you, Madam Chair. Mayor Sweet, with that project, I don't know when you're planning on having the discussion, the further discussion with Hydro. But I think one thing of interest is the ICON funding program from the federal, from the provincial government. The next intake is due in November, at the end of November. And then we know that the federal government is looking at rolling out the Universal Broadband Fund. And because that's a backhaul network, it would be interesting if there were TSPs like perhaps North Renfrew or Bell or Cogeco or others who would be interested in working with Hydro and looking at doing projects that would branch off and bring that fiber, because that's a backhaul network, and making the last mile. So with those funding streams coming open, those would be ideal opportunities for them to build those types of things into possibly the network and those partnerships. So I'm just thinking the sooner we can have that meeting, maybe the better.
Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up, because I think it's exactly what you're talking about. It can it dovetail with what you're doing. The reason that we got into this particular meeting, and I don't want to bore everybody with the details, but they're taking the town of Petawawa completely offline as far as Hydro is concerned, and going to run the community with 24 generators. And it just as a aside, they said, oh, and by the way, we're putting in fiber cable, which kind of tweaked my interest. This was just as an aside. That's a big issue for people in this part of the province, in this part of the county. And so, yeah, I'd be very much interested in bringing yourselves in and having a chat with them to see how we can partner, because it's important. That's a big dollar amount that they're putting on the table here. And this starts on the 13th of October and runs right through to the 31st of October, in which time we'll be offline being run on generators. So it's a very innovative program that they're putting in place to replace this, but also bring in fiber cable, which is badly needed in this part of the area. And as you know, folks, the one concern that has always been in place is Garrison Petawawa and the ability to have that connectivity there to their level of requirements. So this goes right through the garrison as well. So it ticks a lot of boxes here, but I think we all have to get together and have a chat to see exactly what is it you're doing and how can it dovetail with the EORN. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet, and look forward to hearing more about this as you progress through the process. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the delegates, in our empire, we have Bell, which are in ground and on our post. And now we've been advised that Cogeco is coming from the west. That would be Renfrew with their fiber. I'm curious if you're in contact with them on that fiber. Thank you.
Paula?
Yes, we're aware of expansions that are happening by many of the service providers in the region. So, and Cogeco has been a partner of ours in the past and will probably continue to be. So thank you for that.
Any other further questions? Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good to see Jim, Lisa, and Paula again. Very quick question. Is there a library of information that's credible? Because what happens is when we get an application for a tower, we get the anti-5G crowd, we get the tower is going to fall on our heads crowd, we get there's going to be a fire and burn everybody down around the tower crowd, and they start flooding members of council with studies. You know, and so you spend a lot of time trying to find credible information and researching rather than actually making a decision. So I'm just wondering, is there a library that we can go to when we come into these processes? Because the amount of studies you get that come from Idaho, and Idaho does potatoes and right-wing militia, they don't do studies well. And so there's just stuff like that all the time floating around. So if there's something that we can get access to, whether it's through a secure network, you know, where we sign in on a password and you monitor us and we can't use it other than to cut and paste, I'm more than willing to do that. But I think we need credible information because it gets tiring sometimes just sifting through all this stuff.
So through you, Madam Chair, we are developing that. We know that these types of issues will be brought forward and are already being brought forward to municipalities. So we do have Marco Smits, our policy analyst. He is developing such a resource library, if you want to call it that. And we will hopefully have that available to you within the next month or so. We are pulling together as much information. Another place where you can go is the CWTA website. I think we put a link to one of their documents. They also have quite a bit of information. I know AMO is also creating a resource as well. And FCM also has information on their website. So we will try and pull all of those types of documents, or at least places where you can go to find those types of documents into one place and provide it to the municipalities. That's on our list. That's on our list of things to do.
Councillor
Perfect, thank you. And if I might, a supplementary, that's good information to have for us because as I said, it can be overwhelming sometimes. And your analysis process, like demand mapping, supply mapping, gap analysis through to market failure analysis, is there a point, and I note that you're monitoring the contract to 2030, is there a point where you analyze if the service provider is making too much money? Because, you know, they're reluctant to come into areas, but they're awfully keen to scoop up public money, but they don't seem to put much value back into the communities after that, like in terms of whether they're donating into communities through their foundations or whether they're reinvesting without, you know, going on bent knee. So is there is there an analysis afterwards and an opportunity to recoup if they get more than 18% profit or 37%? Is there a magic number that EORN is aware of, and some of that money can be brought back into the community?
I don't mind trying to take that. I think the short answer is no.
Okay.
We're not telling companies how much they need to donate and how to be a good, corporate citizen that way. But one thing we are monitoring, of course, is the commitments that they make to us in a contract on services to their customers. And so that's some of the monitoring that we're doing. And they have been, since our first project, as I said early in my part of the presentation, reinvesting or investing in the communities. And I just gave you the stuff that Bell provided to us yesterday in terms of their contribution. So the EORN model is very specific. It is about getting through government support where there's market failure and working with the private sector access to high-speed services. And we know that competition is key to keeping consumer costs down and making it affordable. And so we're always in our contract negotiations concerned about price where we can have influence to do that. But if you're talking about a national carrier, what we found in the past is they're providing national pricing, generally speaking. So it's a reasonable approach, but companies need to make a profit. We understand that. That's how PPPs work and how it works for us. But in terms of donations that we make or that they might make, there isn't anything in our contracts that would require that. But we work with them closely to be good corporate citizens and help where they can. And I know Lisa wants to jump in here.
So I do know because we have actually, there have been, so for example, I do know Bell has a Backpack for Kids national initiative that they've done in the past. And I do know that those types of activities do benefit some of our communities in Eastern Ontario. So they do some, because, we've worked with Jason St. Pierre in the past, and he has been spearheading some of those types of campaigns. And I do want to say that, for many years, we spoke to ExploreNet about setting up a possible call center in Eastern Ontario. And that happened a few years ago. And I don't know whether that would have happened if it wouldn't have been for the EORN project, the first project. So that call center did go into the Cornwall area, but it does benefit the region with, I think, over 75 jobs. So it may not be immediate and it may not be as transparent as we'd like to think, but I think there is influence from some of our private sector partners.
Thank you, Warden. Just one more supplementary, if that's okay.
Sure.
Sorry, Jennifer, I saw you. In the first iteration in 2010, I think there was some price points that were benchmarked in the initial contract. Is that the case with this? I may have missed it because I had a call come in the middle of your presentation. I apologize.
Do you want me to take this one?
Yep.
Is that at this point in time, we have not gone that far in our project to determine whether we're going to be actually doing benchmarks of pricing. But what we have found out over the last 10 years is that generally speaking, price points for the national carriers, price points are national pricing. So we don't expect those to change in our region. And then the other thing that I wanted to add is that as part of this is that we are trying to figure out ways to encourage competition where we can. So we will have not only big players, but small players in the regions. We think that that's an important component where we can and where the market will bear it. But we think it's important to do that to ensure that there is competition and there is some awareness of pricing. So I mean, it is a theme across our perspective as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murphy, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Warden. just as a note, there is a letter to the editor in the Eganville Leader today, right now. The headline is, "County could declare itself a 5G free zone." So just a note for everybody that they're, I guess this March took place, and what they're purporting is that we could actually say as a county, we don't want 5G. So I really appreciate Councillor Emo's question, and I will be going to the CWTA website to get more information. The other thing is, Paula, you spoke about wireless technology. The meeting I'm on right now, I am using the Rogers Rocket Hub. Due to my Zoom meetings, my bill in June was $800. When I complained to Rogers, they said, too bad. So this is something that we really need to keep our eye on. I did complain to the Ombudsman. Funnily enough, of course, the Ombudsman is under the Rogers umbrella, so I got nowhere with them. It's utterly unbelievable to me that these carriers are allowed to do this, especially during this pandemic. Like if I had kids at home homeschooling, I don't know what I'd do. But literally 1 month it was $554 and the next month it was $827. So I'm sure this meeting will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $200.
If I may, Your Honor, that's exactly why we think the gig project is so critical. If you could get 1,000 megabits of speed to do your Zoom meetings at a national price, you'd be in much better shape than having to use a mobile system for it. And we recognize that. So that's why connectivity really is made up of two main things, a mobile and at your home or at your business. And so that you've just, for me at least, validated why we need to push the gig project forward. And I know kids who are studying online and the parents are having to support the cost of that, I think fully support getting a better system in place. And you can do that with the gig project. It's really critical. So thanks very much, Jennifer, for making such a clear statement of the importance of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yes, thank you. I have a question probably for Lisa. Lisa, well, Jim mentioned that making sure that Eastern Ontario and in particular Renfrew County falls into the 90%. And I congratulate you on thinking that. It's certainly needed for our economic development. But then each of the mayors or reeves that are sitting at the table have to take this back to their prospective townships. And once again, as we roll down to our smaller quadrant, we hope that each of the mayors hope that they fall into the 90% and not the 10%. I've been struggling with the mapping to get it down to a low enough level to ensure that all the gaps within our individual townships are listed as a gap if we feel they are. Now, mapping was provided to the county, and in turn, Craig has sent that down to us, but it may be my inexperience with it, but I'm wondering if somebody can help us answer the questions of our constituents with the mapping. Is there somebody we can go to, and if we pick a geographical area within our townships, that somebody can help us to ensure that the gaps have been identified and that we are happy that you have captured all the gaps. So I guess I'm looking for a little better drill down capability on the maps to ensure that the coverage is, identified. We're very interested in, the cell tower that is coming out, but I am still unsure of where Eorn chose within my township, and I'm sure other people are in the same boat within their township to put towers. I guess our concern is heightened by the fact that we do not have coverage, and then so it affects our economic development, but it's also affecting our cost. Yesterday, I got as probably everyone did, we got the OPP billing, and our drop calls to 911 went up by 683% over the year before. That's a cost that our ratepayers have to pay because we do not have good cell service. So, you know, in going back and dealing with the people who have to pay these additional costs, I want to ensure that I'm able to tell them, well, it has been identified that you're in a gap area and that EORN are working on your behalf to make it better. Thank you.
I'm sure Paul is going to jump in on this, but we saw in the mapping that we presented that we have identified every property where there's a home or a business, whether it's seasonal or it's permanent. We've identified where there are institutions, arenas. That all forms part of our demand mapping. And that's the areas that we want covered. So we have used, as Paula has said, MPACT and TerraNet data so that we know, we've mapped where everybody lives. If you know of a house that's not in our area, you're not getting taxation for it because MPACT doesn't know about it either. So it's very specific, I guess, and detailed. So I guess if I can, Your Worship, we've got you covered in terms of knowing where the demand is for your region, and I'll let Paula and Lisa jump in as well.
So through you, I agree 100% with what Jim said. Is that our demand where we want to see coverage is absolutely based on 2019 impact data. So if it's not in there, they're not paying taxes. That's number one. Number two is your comment about cell towers. Is that at this point in time, we are working with, we have not identified where we want to have a cell tower located. We have told the service providers that this is the areas that we want you to cover, and we want you to give us a design based on providing coverage, because we believe that the carriers have the best knowledge and best ability to design a network if we tell them where we want coverage. And that's what we've done, and that's part of our current negotiation process right now. So
I think, Brian, you're also looking for maybe us to meet with you and your broadband committee, or you and staff, just to kind of maybe give you more of an overview of your area. Is that correct? Is that what you're also looking for? Just so you have a better understanding of how we did the mapping, etc.
Yes, that certainly would help, Lisa. When you came to one of our previous meetings, it certainly helped calm the waters to some extent. But as Paula mentioned, you know, that you said, well, here's the areas we want you to cover, but you tell us the best spot to put these towers. Well, how do we know that you covered our area? Like, or did you just cover all of Eastern Ontario for cell towers?
Well, we'll be coming back to you or to the county, Brian, when we get the design from and settle on what we think is the best design to cover the demand areas, including in your municipality, to let you know where those towers are going. So we're just at the stage now of working with the companies to figure out what the best final design is. Remember, our first goal in the cell project is to get 99% coverage for making a cell call or a mobile call, so that we can avoid just what you've talked about in terms of the drop calls. We want there to be coverage for a minimum that you can make a cell call or use your tablet across 99% of Eastern Ontario demand areas, which we've mapped and covered in your community. So there's a step to come, which is to say, after all of our negotiations with the companies that have bid, and when we've come out with what we think are the successful company or companies, we're going to come back and say, here's where we think where the towers are going to go based on the design. Is that not right, Paula? So,
and I just wanted to add, if you know you have, I call them hot spots. So there are other municipalities and counties who know of areas or that they've heard lots of complaints from. So for example, in Haliburton County, the Canisius Lake Association took up the charge this summer and basically provided us with probably over 100 addresses and names. And they know that that lake, there's pent-up demand for better coverage, and they have provided that to us. So we now have identified that. So if you know of, and that's for anybody on this call today, if you know of hotspots or areas where you know that people are struggling more and you're hearing those complaints, provide us with that information and we track that, and we will be providing that during the negotiation process with and working with the potential carriers.
Thanks very much, Lisa, for that. You may be inundated by emails, but we'll see. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden, and I can certainly attest to that. That area of my township bound by North Algona-Wilberforce, Bonnechere Valley, Greater Madawaska, Renfrew, Horton, and Whitewater region, that's a hotspot. The question that I have with respect to the coverage, and I think, Jim, you had mentioned that we want to be very careful that the 90% target, I think that was from the CRTC perhaps, that 10% isn't concentrated in rural. So likewise, and as I'm sure you're aware, in your former lifetime, that was perhaps only 6 months ago, but in COVID years, it's about 5 years ago. Likewise, access to primary care is concentrated, or the lack of access to primary care is concentrated in rural Ontario. The same situation exists with broadband. So even within the EORN, when I'm seeing across the cell gap analysis across the 5010, hopefully supplanted by the gigabyte, that is also on a regionalized basis, that we're not going to have larger areas of perhaps Renfrew County that will fit into the 15% that are not going to have very good cellular coverage that is made up for a more enhanced service somewhere else, that this is going to be distributed across within the counties itself rather than across the region generally. And I'm only saying that because in the slides there are times when it says across the region. So I want to be very careful that those targets are within the local communities.
Yeah, if I may, Your Worship, I have the same concerns as CAO of Hastings County and the rural areas, particularly in the northern part of our county, that are need the service as well. So I understand completely what you're saying. And that's our objective, is to do the very, very best that we can, knowing that the demand is in a lot of the rural or remote areas. And so that's part of what we're doing our analysis with the bids that we've got in on the cell project. And I might say on the gig project, for me personally, putting a piece of fiber or cable that can deliver 1,000 megabits of service into somebody's home, getting to at least 95% of those places, is the certainty that I would love to see for fixed broadband services. Because at the end of the day, if you have a wire into your home or your business, there's a lot of certainty around getting the service that you need. And so it's always there's the mobile side and there's the fixed side, and we're trying to do the best that we can on both of them. But I certainly hear what you're saying for your community.
If I might, Matt Warden, just as all of my colleagues, I want to also extend a deep appreciation for this presentation. I think I have always understood completely what's been relayed to us from your very comprehensive presentations. And then about an hour down the road, a lot of it begins to drift off. But one of the advantages now to doing the virtual meetings We do have right now, I believe, close to 30 people in our community that are watching the live stream on YouTube. Likewise, this will be available for all to see, and certainly me amongst them, because I know that some significant information that you and Lisa and Paula have put forward is going to slowly ebb away from me. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donohue. I'm quite aware that we've had Jim and Lisa and Paula speaking for more than an hour now. So maybe take a few more questions and be able to wrap it up for you. At least you folks don't have to leave Renfrew County and drive home. So that's a plus. So, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just very quickly, Jim, I'm so happy that I've been able to give you proof of no cell phone service and the ridiculous nature of my internet. I think I'm like your guinea pig. I just got my Rogers bill for September. It is $728.85. I just got it. And Lisa, to you, do you still have the information that I gave you about Lake Clear? I gave you a package of letters from those residents. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Very welcome. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's around how do we translate the projects and the funding to what I'm going to call the last mile. We know the backbone is there. It goes through Chalk River. It's in Deep River. So if you look at banks have paid to have fiber put in, there's other entities that have paid to have fiber put into their offices. And when you look at the mapping based on the criteria, if you have an entity, a property that has access to 5010, you are now not an underserviced area. So the backbone is there, but how do we roll this out to everybody being able to access it and having funding to do that? Thank you.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair, that's exactly what we're trying to do with the GIG project, or if we had to do a 5010 project, is do exactly that. And it's all, for us, it's always been about getting to the customer and to the resident, to the business, so that people can access the services. Our projects are designed to do exactly what you're asking, is to get to the individual at home or in their business, so that they can use the service. So we don't just do a backhaul piece. It's the combination of both last mile and we can call it middle mile or backhaul, and that's exactly what we're doing. And then, of course, on the cell project, it's about people being able to use their mobile device either at home or on the road or wherever they are. It's always about getting to the individual or to the business or to the school or that sort of thing.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see Lisa was back. We lost her there. Bad broadband. So any other further questions before we wrap this up? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Keller, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden, and I guess basically to delegation. In part of your talk to County Council, you said about municipal help when it comes to siting towers. And I know Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan, they have no towers at all at this time. I'd say we're pretty underserviced compared to the rest of the county. And I guess I have had a presentation a few years ago from different service providers about location of towers. So I guess I'm just interested to see in your next presentation where those towers might go in Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan. So,
okay. Yep.
I think we'll all be anxious to see where the towers are being suggested to be planted in the county of Renfrew. Any other further questions? Seeing none, Jim, Lisa, Paula, thank you so very much for this very in-depth presentation. It was very much anticipated by all of us, and you certainly did an excellent job. So thank you very much. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, everybody. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Okay.
Bye now.
Look forward to seeing you soon.
You bet.
So with that, I had promised we would take a break. So if Sean can just come back on and give us a break, that would be wonderful. Councillor Reinwald.
Thank you. Before we take the break, I was just wondering if we could get a copy of the presentation that was made. That I found it to be one of the best presentations I've seen so far, and I would certainly like to pass that on to our council to let them know what's going on in the near future.
Rose has a copy, as does Paul and Craig. So if they can share with you, that would be fantastic.
Great, thank you very much.
We'll make sure it's sent out to all of County Council.
Bye now.
Take a break. Welcome back, everyone. We'll begin our agenda here. Correspondence. Mr. Morrow, have all correspondence been delivered?
Thank you, Warden. All correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with our committee reports. Social Services Committee, Chair Bros, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To members of County Council, we, your Social Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 is the Rent Cafe Community Housing with the wait list stats. Item number 2 is the Ontario Works caseload statistics. Item number 3 is the City of Toronto legal challenge of the amendments made under Bill 184, Section 83. And committee did have a lengthy discussion on this. Staff are developing a position for the County of Renfrew in regards to the City of Toronto and their legal challenge. Item number 4 is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation COVID-19 update, and it just goes on to provide an explanation as to how services are continuing for our Renfrew County housing residents. Item number 5 is the Hydro One disconnection ban, which they have extended. Of note, though, the Ottawa Valley or Ottawa River Power Corporation and Renfrew Hydro have not done the same. Item number 6 is the Pembroke fire. It was a fire at a 2-unit apartment building, which displaced 5 tenants. And our Ontario Works staff have extended further support and arranged temporary shelter for the residents through the homelessness prevention program. Item number 7 is the federal Safe Restart funding. And as indicated there, the County of Renfrew has received $978,947 from this fund. Item number 8 is the child care funding to support working parents. And this funding will help licensed child care providers and early on child and family centers. Judy has indicated in our committee meeting that not all of the child care providers were able to restart when school restarted, but are working towards that. Under resolutions, item number 9, the Niagara Region Child Care Resolution. Resolution number SSCC-20-09-32, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that the Social Service Committee recommend that County Council support the resolution from the Niagara region regarding child care to request the Government of Ontario to keep funding support for child care as a priority. And the background there is indicated. So all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members, Grills, Love, Regier, Reinwald, and Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bros. I'll begin at the starting of your report. Any questions under item number 1? 2, the Ontario Works caseload. Number 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. Any idea how many child care facilities that we have that are not covered by this program?
Is Laura on?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Lynch, can I just clarify the question, please? Are you looking to know how many childcare facilities that are not licensed that are operating in the County of Renfrew, or are you looking for how many licensed childcare facilities that have not opened as of yet?
I guess my question is twofold. How many licensed daycares have not opened? And the second part was the people that aren't licensed aren't eligible for funding.
So through you, Chair, to Councillor Lynch, we have approximately 31 licensed childcare facilities out of 40 open right now. I would confirm that anybody who's not licensed does not qualify for fee subsidy through the County of Renfrew. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Any other questions under item number 8? Item 9. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Chair Bros. Now I'll turn it over to Chair Donahue, please, for health.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We, members of your county council, we, your health committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 is the resident population at each of Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Item number 2 is the Champlain Lynn client waitlist information. Item 3 is with regards to the virtual triage and assessment center. The paramedics continue to be rotating through their schedules. That has been integral to the assessment for COVID within the area of Renfrew County and District, which is, of course, is inclusive of the city of Pembroke and the township of South Algonquin. On top of that, it has been astoundingly successful in linking both members that are orphaned in our community, orphaned from primary care physicians or nurse practitioners, but also those who just have difficulty accessing. Item 4 is the land ambulance services grant shortfall, and this is staff do continue to investigate this, as council will probably recall at AMO. Minister Elliott identified a substantial funding of 5% for land ambulance or paramedic services. And what was actually received allocated to the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service was less than that 5%. Item 5 is with respect to the social housing strategy. I think that certainly within here, it's noted that input from all of County Council is certainly integral to developing a cogent, comprehensive housing strategy for our community. If you have not yet responded, I certainly encourage all of council to provide information to REFACT, which is the consulting agency engaged in this. Item 6 is the COVID-19 pandemic update within each of the departments now. Of course, this has become a routine part of our reporting, is the COVID-19 pandemic update. In fact, what is written here probably has much updating even since this was written. We are back into that incredibly dynamic environment as we are engaged in the second wave of COVID-19. Item 7 is fundraising, and certainly as council is well aware across the healthcare sector how vitally important fundraising has become to the provision of health services, not just in our community, but across certainly the country, but vital certainly in our community, that it has been a challenge in the COVID environment. That we have had to have been very innovative with respect to fundraising, and I certainly commend our fundraiser for both the lodge and the manor, which is Ms. Lainey Bolt Johnson. There is some very innovative fundraising solutions that have been presented or brought forward by Ms. Bolt Johnson. I'll also draw council's attention to the addendum that was just distributed post the special committee meeting held this morning. Item 8, I want to certainly extend on behalf of council a welcome to our incoming Director of Care for Bonisher Manor, Kim Saunders. Very glad to have Ms. Saunders on board. As council will recall, Shelley Yantha has, while she will continue to serve the population in the County of Renfrew, she has moved on from her position at Bonisher Manor. Item 8 are resolutions, beginning with, item 9 is the first resolution, Bonisher Manor Senior Adult Day Program. Resolution number H-CC-20-09-62. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the Schedule G Declaration of Compliance for the period April 1st, 2019 to March 31st, 2020, as part of the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement between the Champlain Local Health Integration Network and Bonnechere Manor for the continuation of 100% funding. I do question, as I'm reading that, we will have clarity perhaps, are those dates accurate, as March 31st is past? We'll come back to that.
Sorry, Chair Donahue, I can confirm those dates are accurate. It is retrospective, and that is typical. We always ask you, they send it to us after the fact and ask you to sign it after the fact.
All right, thank you very much. And I apologize to council. I should have asked that question much prior to today's council meeting. Item number 10 is the business case for COVID-19 pandemic screener positions at both Miramichi Lodge and Bonnechere Manor. Resolution number H-CC-20-09-63. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve part-time contract screener positions of 1,610 hours at Bonnechere Manor and 1,656 hours at Miramichi Lodge, commencing October 1st, 2020 to January 31st, 2021, funded by the Federal Safe Restart Fund, that is the funds that were just recently allocated to the County of Renfrew, if required to fulfill the required COVID-19 screening and related administrative duties, such as visit facilitation, but also to reduce demand on direct care staffing resources and overtime costs for an estimated unbudgeted savings of approximately $30,000 in the 2020 budget year. And the background is attached, as council is very well aware. The epicenter of certainly the first wave of COVID-19 was experienced within the long-term care home sector. I think the incidence of positive cases was something on the order of 15%, and yet the fatalities due to COVID-19 are approximately 67%. That multiple measures have been stood up as the firewall or the iron ring that the Premier has announced and is now being funded. We will get to that later. But that is the background to this. Is we were very fortunate to have a great deal of students that were able to handle these screening roles, but it is now inappropriate to have frontline staff continuing to do the screening at the entranceways. Item number 11 is a requirement to provide proof of negative COVID-19 test. Resolution number H-CC-20-09-64, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge to require family members provide proof of negative COVID-19 test within the last 2 weeks for both indoor visits and when accompanying residents on short stay or temporary absences from the home. Once again, remind council that as we began to emerge from the first wave of COVID, we certainly recognized within the long-term care home sector the psychosocial needs of our residents, their engagement with their community at large and with their families at large, and have taken multiple steps. And what this is specifically meant to do is there simply had been an attestation by those who were coming in to visit that they had this test. This is adding a new element, but it is an appropriate element of furnishing documentation of that negative test. I will certainly bring to council's attention. You may very well be aware of some of the changes just announced yesterday with respect to high-risk areas. At this point, I am certainly of a mind that those high-risk areas are the City of Toronto, the region of Peel, and the City of Ottawa. But there are much more substantial steps being taken in those communities. And our own experience here in the area served by Renfrew County and District Health Unit has also seen in the month of September, the single largest month of positive cases. It is absolutely appropriate to have the affirmative documented affirmation of a negative test. All of which, Madam Warden, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Doncaster, Grills, Love, Murphy, Regier, and yourself, Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll begin at the starting of your report. Anyone have questions under item number 1, resident population? The Champlain Lynn client wait list. Number 3, my favorite, virtual triage and assessment center. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. Just very quickly, just a bit of an update, and thank you, Warden, for continuing to advocate on behalf of this essential service to our county and to the district. Councillor Love has managed to get a presentation to Roma organized on the benefits of this as part of the outreach to inform the rest of the province of the benefits. As well, like to congratulate the paramedic service for the recent CBC special that was sent out, and I'm sure we all attended and listened to the white coat segment. Very well done. Yesterday at the health unit board meeting, we were informed that there was an effort by VTAC to try and locate indoor facilities for ongoing testing and swabbing the public drive-up stuff. And what we'd like to do is make a plea to County Council as well to think of the health unit. We're in the process of trying to, as soon as we get the vaccines released, trying to get the flu shots out there, and we'll need spaces as well. There is some ideas about getting out into the community, recognizing, the lack of public transit in our community. And so if you have any municipal spaces that we could use, if you could send send those forward, I'm sure we'll get you an email very quickly, copying it to someone so that you have a link. So if you could just pass that on to your staff. Vaccines haven't been released yet, so we don't have a timeline. As with other things, it could happen at 4 o'clock Friday afternoon, and then all of a sudden the rush is on. So we'll try to keep you informed, but if you could just start thinking about it, and we'd certainly appreciate your cooperation. And I think there might be some synergy with, the ideal would be to drive up and get swabbed and get zapped in the arm with your flu shot at the same time. Not sure if we can get to that, but there are some discussions about it. But location is going to be key as it gets colder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Emo, and I'm sure Dr. Cushman and Chief Nolan are having these discussions as well. So if there's a email address that you can share with us so that we're sending our information about possible locations to the right correct person at the health unit, that would be fantastic. And I do know that VTAC is being overrun right now with requests. They used to have 150, 200 calls, and now they're up to 1,200 calls per day. I would just ask the public to please be patient. They are trying to service everyone as quickly as possible. I understand that they are looking at changing the phone line system so that hopefully within the next week or so, when people call, they could press, like, if you want a swab, it's press number 1. If you're calling for an episodic care issue and you need to speak to a primary care physician or a nurse practitioner, press 2. So we just ask people to recognize that this is an incredible, valuable tool in healthcare throughout our county, and it is evolving as we go. So thank you very much for that. Number 4, Land Ambulance Services grant shortfall. Oh, Councillor Murphy, please.
Sorry, Madam Warden, I was waiting for Councillor Emo to finish his question and ask. Certainly, I know that we in Bonnechere Valley have space that can be used, so keep us in mind, please. Just as an aside, I think that we should all be congratulating Chief Nolan and our paramedic service in Premier Ford's briefing on Friday, I believe. He gave 2 shout outs to Chief Nolan. Unfortunately, it did sound like Mike was the chief of Ottawa. This was in regards to the bus being deployed and the good work of our Renfrew County paramedic team in the city of Ottawa, but still nice to be recognized. And he's very folksy, our premier, and said you know, he loved that Mike didn't wait for the 18,000 signatures required to do something like this. He decided to do it and he did it. So, you know, again, our paramedic service coming through in many, 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 many ways for the people of Renfrew County, but also our neighbors in Ottawa. So a huge thank you to them. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you for sharing that, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in picking up on a couple of comments, there's been an avalanche, and if there's such a thing as a welcome avalanche of announcements, we are certainly in it. On the initial element with respect to the flu vaccines, as part of the more global COVID strategy, there was a flurry of announcements all through last week. I believe, and forgive me if I'm somewhat in error, I think it was something on the order of $70 million is being invested in the influenza vaccine this year as part also of the COVID-19 strategy. That is what Dr. Cushman was seeking some assistance, some input from the municipal leaders, certainly within this county council, on proposing some of the sites, certainly some of those that are already being utilized for the assessment centers as we migrate back indoors, as the Northern Hemisphere begins to dip in the mercury once again. Perhaps those might be on order. Certainly, though, also bring to council's attention, there will be much more fulsome, and perhaps this is the sign of the times, at each one of the health reports coming forward. AMO just yesterday also put forward that there is a substantial amount of money being allocated into long-term care, a component of certainly welcome for several things, which is the staffing component, but also PPE, of a commitment to 2 weeks supply of PPE, also to an element that would be providing care in the homes through paramedic services. So that would also be part of virtual triage and assessment center work. It is multi-sector, the services that are provided now through VTAC. So I think certainly in all of the efforts of Chief Nolan, and certainly recognizing the forward-thinking council that I'm enormously proud to be part of responding to the needs of our community and developing in response the appropriate services for our community.
Thank you. Very well said. Any other comments on VTAC? Councillor Doncaster, please.
I guess I need to be able to see my screen. Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to make a comment with respect to the resolution on funding support for permanent VTAC. I would encourage all members of County Council to bring it up to their local councils, and just to inform that the town of Deep River did support that resolution at our last council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that reminder. I know a number of us have actually already done so. So if you haven't already, please bring the resolution to your council at the most convenient time. Anyway, anything else on VTAC? Seeing none. Number 4, the Land Ambulance Services Grant shortfall. Number 5, it should say seniors housing strategy, not social. Okay, any questions? Number 6, the COVID update for long-term care. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Actually, I would like to speak to the social or the senior housing strategy, and certainly encourage every county councillor to participate in that survey, because it is, I think, very, very important, as each one of us are not getting any younger, that it might be a service we'll all be looking at down the road. So I think it's important that every part of the county gets their input and has that opportunity to contribute to some of those strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brose. It's always good to be reminded that we're all getting old.
Yeah.
Number 6, the pandemic update for long-term care. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. Is this the section where that spiffy little graph is on the two homes with the 4 different or 5 different colors? Because I seem to have lost the reference to that. You know, the appendix that's appendix, run the thumbs here, that accompanies Shelley's letter on August 26th.
Okay.
The
Ms.
preparedness
Sheedy?
assessment.
Page 54.
Yeah, preparedness assessment.
All right, sorry, I had a couple of people speaking at the same time.
So
Councillor
the-
Donahue, do you have the answer
Page
for?
54. It is page 54 of the PDF. I'm assuming the same on the hard copy.
So I'm curious. I'm sorry. Is this a section that pertains to that, or is that somewhere else in the agenda?
I believe this is part of that. Yep.
Okay. Very quick question. They note that by September 10, they're going to roll up all the results and provide to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care a preparedness assessment. So will we be getting a copy of the overall report? Is my first question. And then secondly, I note in one of the sections, you know, correctly there is the staffing shortages for PSWs and is there any of the recent announcements in terms of funding that will assist us, or is it more a matter of supply than it is of funding?
Ms. Sheedy, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Emo. On the first question, yes, I will have for you in the October report our response from Ontario Health East. If I had to summarize it in one sentence, it is thank you. We appreciate the concerns you've identified. The responsibility falls on you, the long-term care home. With respect to the second question, we don't have a lot of details yet. The funding is announced in, gross millions of dollars. We don't know what it'll mean for each home. What I do know is there is an incentive for new PSWs that graduated in April, that if a home is offering full-time hours, that they get basically a signing bonus. The total is $5,000. There's an installment on hire and then one at the conclusion of 6 months. And that would be funded by the government. And then, in terms of the other announcements, it has been noted that there isn't a huge supply of PSWs out there. We only know that there are new graduates that choose to never work in the sector. And there are also more seasoned PSWs who leave the sector. I believe the stat is around the 50% mark after 2 years of graduation. So that speaks to both recruitment and retention. And that brings up the bigger issue of the $4, the minimum of 4 hour per resident care day standard that has still not been funded. And so we're hopeful that perhaps through the upcoming provincial budget that we will see the funding there, because I don't believe in any of the announcements that came yesterday. There is any funding for actually increasing the staffing, and that speaks to retaining our PSWs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheedy. Councillor Brose, please.
Yes, just to follow up on that question regarding staffing and reading that report that Shelley has put together, my question is, I certainly do recognize that especially with the second wave coming, the immense stress that Shelley and her staff have been under to try and provide the excellent level of care that has been delivered to our residents to this point. Is there any money in this latest announcement for emotional support that would maybe help in the retention of PSWs and or even some of the leadership team, because it cannot be an easy environment to be working in on a regular basis.
Ms. Shady, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you to Councillor Brose. Thank you for your kind remarks, and I will certainly pass that on to our team. And full kudos sincerely go to the frontline staff and equally to the management team. So you're all aware that the pandemic pay expired mid-August. There's all kinds of pressure to reinstate that. So again, another case of us being hopeful for that. You know, back to my response to Councillor Emo's question, we need, you know, the 20-year-old ask of a minimum funded and mandated 4 hours of resident care per day. And that will go a long way to emotionally supporting PSWs and all staff. Thank you.
Councillor Emo, please.
Is it possible then to, with the forbearance of council, to maybe introduce that a motion, if someone could work on it over lunchtime in new business, you know, preceded of course by a motion of temporarily suspending the procedural bylaw, or can that wait until our October council meeting? Because I think increasingly, you know, as with these next motions where we're forced into limiting access, people are worried about the care their relatives are receiving. I think anybody who spends any time on Twitter and Instagram sees a lot of messages and Facebook about it, and it's not, you know, some of it's is very unfair and maybe uninformed. And so I wonder if we should be highlighting this again when we have this venue. So that's my first question, and that I see Mr. Morrow, so he can probably dig into that one. And again, when I go down to 2G, when I look at physical infrastructure, the talk about renovating the 2-person rooms, is that, and you may not know this because of this penchant for dropping money and then 6 months later giving you the parameters on how to spend it. Is that the new money that we can make an application for right away? Or should we also be making a motion right away about that, saying, look, we want to spend it on that. We need some clarification to put some pressure on this government to be a little clearer. So again, I think Mr. Morrow, that's probably you.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Emo. Some of what you're saying was discussed yesterday as well. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Emo. Yeah, we can most certainly have a resolution to suspend the rules of the procedural bylaw should council wish to entertain that. I guess my question would be somewhat would be for Shelley, in that, Shelley, do you anticipate that we're going to see some of this, or some of this is yet to come from the province of Ontario?
Ms. Shitty.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden, to the CAO Morrow and Councillor Emo. I would support County Council once again adding their voice. It's consistent with the long-term care position paper that was presented to Minister Fullerton at the August AMO delegation. So I think it is very timely, and I would encourage you to do that. On the second part of Councillor Emo's question with respect to renovation money, what the early details we have from Advantage Ontario is it very much is for anything that falls in the line of infection prevention and control types of renovations. So I fully expect that, you know, renovating rooms that have curtains to walls and our chiller situation at Bonnechere Manor would both qualify. So I believe that those details will come. The announcement was just made yesterday. So I would expect that by the August Health Committee report, I will be able to provide you with those details and confirm that those two items for sure will in fact qualify.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, did you want to add?
Sure. So if I may, Warden, through you to Ms. Sheedy. So Shelley, we'll connect over lunch just to discuss the first piece and then come back, and then we can deal with it under new business if that's appropriate, Warden.
Absolutely. I think it's the opportune time to have a resolution passed today, and we can certainly share it with Minister Yakubuski when we meet with him on Friday as well, so he's aware of our position going forward.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on item number 6? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm uncertain what it is, the resolution that is being proposed. I'm uncomfortable with that because there is an incredibly dynamic situation evolving in long-term care right now. There is, of course, the commission, I'm not sure what it's called, that everyone would be quite aware that Dr. Jack Kitts is participating in. There are some substantial issues. The funding was just announced yesterday in broad terms that I do want to be very careful about moving forward, that it is given careful consideration what the resolution is. I'm uncertain that I'm aware of what it is being proposed for today through suspending the rules of procedure rather than going through Health Committee and bringing something back to Council at the end of October.
Well, my understanding from the discussion with Councillor Emo was that we are going to be looking at a resolution furthering our proposal and our presentation at AMO to get funding for those minimum of 4 hours per day for resident care. Am I correct in that, Councillor Emo?
Yeah, yes, thank you. And as you correctly noted, you are meeting with Minister Yakubuski, and I thought the timing might be helpful. And I'll confess, I don't know the parameters of the Long-Term Care Commission. I do know they've met with several groups, larger associations, but I'm not sure what their intentions are, and that's probably due to my own negligence and not looking into it right away.
So with Council's indulgence, can we leave it with the CAO and Ms. Sheedy over lunch to see if they can come back with a resolution, and at that time we can discuss it in more detail? Everybody's good with that? Great. Item number 7, fundraising. The addendum, item number 8, the Director of Care position at Bonnechere Manor. Number 9, the resolution. 10, business case resolution. 11, the proof of a negative COVID test. That will definitely have an impact on families, but it will keep everyone safe, and that's always been our priority. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, I recognize we will hear about this in the community, and it's unfortunate, but I think as part of what we have to do as being responsible for both of our homes, we have to offer a level of protection, and I think that was a flaw initially going forward, where we're taking people at their word. Not suggesting anybody would be misleading. They might not have recognized the timeliness of getting their tests and may have let them lapse. So I think, really it really has to come to this. I think studies are showing that the infection or affection is starting at a younger age, but it's transferring across all demographics fairly rapidly in this latest outbreak. And this is a good proactive move. It's unfortunate this probably is a greater impact than any of our other moves as a council, but I think it's something we have to do.
Thank you very much, and just want to reiterate that this is 100% supported by our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Cushman, as well. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In responding certainly to Councillor Emo's comments, Council by now is probably aware, beginning, I believe, in May, and I will certainly defer to Chief Nolan, who I believe is he's on page 2 of my screen, to provide some clarity, perhaps. But we had in May initiated across the province, if you want a test, you can get a test, and that has been scaled back because the system was straining. Last week, there were times when the Ontario Public Health Labs were reporting approximately 40,000 tests being turned around, and yet 65,000 perhaps pending. The system was buckling. So the province has now reevaluated the testing, and certainly even within VTAC now, you must phone through VTAC to have an appointment. So that is certainly the one of the elements that are the lens through which we are seeing these things. Is that dynamic is changing, and we certainly are aware of the schools reopening. So because of that, or certainly from my estimation, that was why I was 100% in support of this, is that there is going to be a streamlining of the testing that's being done, because we are moving from a testing regime of if you want one to a testing regime if you need one, and there is a distinction.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Chief Nolan, did you have anything to add?
I'd only add, Madam Warden, that what we've attempted to do is to try and smooth the volumes and throughput so that the lab has better capacity to be able to have timely turnaround. So in doing that, we've moved to 2 test sites per day, 5 days a week, at 200 tests per site. So by moderating to about 400 tests a day, and as the chair says, if we have the right people testing, then we'll be much further ahead in terms of throughput for those necessary results. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, the report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Operations Committee, Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under Information, Item 1, Monthly Status Report. Table is the monthly project status report for your information of committee on page 88. Item 2, Capital Program Variance Report is for your information on page 90. Item 3, County Road 517 Default Road. On Thursday, August 27th, myself, Mr. Perkins, and Mr. Boehm attended on site along with municipal staff and elected officials in the township of Madawaska Valley. The rehabilitation of County Road 517 is planned for 2022, so getting a head start on seeing this actual road site and planning for hardened shoulders. And it's good if other councillors see a road in their area that is upcoming in the near future to be rehabilitated. It's good to plan ahead to see if it's eligible or needs to have hardened shoulders. It's good to get a jump on it. So we viewed this road and determined that it is suitable for 1 meter hardened shoulders in the area. And it is a road that is used by large trucks, logging trucks, and construction trucks, which everyone knows deteriorates the edging of the roadways quickly. So that's going to be brought forward in in the future budgets to be done in 2022. Item 4, County Road 52, Raglan Street to rehabilitation through an MOU with the town of Renfrew. The part of the road has been contracted out with Thomas Cavanaugh Construction Limited. They're only going to do a small portion of the road this year. So the county's portion has been put off until next year in 2021 and will be included in the 2021 capital budget. Item 5, disposal of surplus items. There's a couple of items that have been gone out to the municipalities prior to going to public auction for your information. There's no 3 items that there was no bids from local municipalities. Therefore, they're going to public auction. Item 6, quotations and tenders. There's a table of summary of for the month of August for your information. They've been awarded under the authority of the Director of Public Works and Engineering and the Chief Administrative Officer. In all cases, procurements have followed the procedures set out in Corporate Policy GA01. Fuel tender PWO 2014-17 at the August 26, 2020 meeting, County Council staff was requested to provide further information how awarding of the table fuel tender was determined. This has been done. Information has been provided. The following, there are 3 examples of current County of Renfrew fuel purchase has been provided. The director agrees that the renewal option is the best in the best interest of the county, and funds are available in the appropriate account with the council's approved estimates, including authorized revisions to meet the proposed expenditure. Item 8, PWC 2020-50, engineering services for the inspection of county structures. RFP, including terms of reference, was issued to solicit the services of an engineering consultant to complete the inspection of 162 county structures. The work under this RFP was broken into 3 different parts as follows. A, is standard biennial Ontario structure inspection. B, an enhanced OSIM inspection of 14 structures. C, OSIM inspection and loading, posting and evaluation of 12 structures. The low bid for this work was HP Engineering Incorporated, Ottawa, $101,473. Staff has reviewed the costs submitted in the proposal and confirmed that there are sufficient funds allocated under the infrastructure management budget to complete the project as proposed. Our committee approved the proposed PWC 2020-50 as submitted by J.L. Richards and Associated Limited for the engineering services. Associated with Ontario for Engineering Services, Inspection County, the amount of 102. I'm sorry, I made an error earlier. It wasn't HP and it was JL Richards, the second list. I apologize. It's engineering service for the inspection of county structures in the amount of $102,505 plus HST. Under resolutions, item 9, speeding and no parking signage resolution, County Road 508, Calabogie Road, resolution number OPCC 200947, moved by chair, second by committee. The county council directs staff to contact the local OPP detachments to coordinate efforts to control speed within the county of Renfrew. Resolution number OPCC 200948, moved by chair, second committee, that the county council approve that no parking signage be erected on both sides of the road along County Road 508 from Burnstown Road to Dixon Road, as well as improve signage at the congestion area at Brimstone Beach. And further that the speed limit remains at 80 kilometers per hour. Background is there for your information. Item 10, request for road assumption, Township of Greater Madawaska, resolution number OPCC 200950, moved by chair, second by committee, that county council recommend that the county of Renfrew not assume responsibility for Ferguson Lake Road in the Township of Greater Madawaska, and further that county staff be directed to communicate with the township staff at the requirements for assumption. Background is there for your information. And the information was provided to Greater Madawaska Municipality. At this time, the roadway does not meet the criteria. Under bylaws, item 11, bylaw to regulate parking on County Road 508, resolution number OPCC 200951, moved by chair, second by committee, that a bylaw passed at the session of County Council amending bylaw number 63-20 for the regulation of parking along county roads to alter a regulation of parking along County Road 508, Calabogie Road. His background there, I think everyone's aware of about Township of Greater Madawaska closed the Eagles Nest Lookout Trail with access via County Road in response to COVID-19 pandemic. A temporary no parking zone was established along the County Road 508 in the vicinity of the trail in order to enforce the closure. The township has requested that the county of Renfrew approve a permanent no parking zone along the south side of the County Road 508. Attaches appendix 1 is the Township of Greater Madawaska resolution in accordance with County Bylaw number 6220. The Township Bylaw Enforcement Officer would have authority to enforce the parking restrictions, and the township would set fines in the bylaw. Staff is in support of the parking restrictions as requested. Our committee also directed staff to develop a draft policy on the requirements for installation of solar pedestrian crossings using beacon signals along county roadways. That has already been done with a shared cost. Item 12, 1C124, Cameron Culvert Property Purchase Resolution number OPCC 200953, moved by chair, second by committee. That a bylaw be passed at this session of County Council to acquire Part 1 on Plan 49R19538 from John Murdoch, Tanya Murdoch, and Glenda Hannigan for the sum of $5,225, and to acquire Part 2 on Plan 49R19538 from Dalton Campbell and Alida Turian for the sum of $2,825, and further that parts 1 and 2 on Plan 49R19538 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer documents. Background is there for your information. Item 13, County Road 65, Centennial Lake Road, transfer of land. Resolution number OPCC 200954, moved by chair, second by committee, that bylaw be passed at this session of County Council to acquire parts 3 and 4 of Plan 49R19591 from Earl Thompson for the sum of $1, and further that parts 3 and 4 on Plan 49R19591 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration and the transfer documents. The background is there for your information. Item 14, County Road 508, Calabogie Road, acquire land, resolution number OPCC 200955, moved by chair, second by committee, that a bylaw be passed at this session of County Council to acquire Part 2 on Plan 49R19581 from Patrick Anthony Strangetta, and further that Part 2 on Plan 49R19581 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer documents. Background is there for your information. Item 15, County Road 653 Chanel Road, acquire land, resolution number OPCC 200956. Moved by chair, second by committee, that a bylaw be passed at this session of County Council to acquire Part 2, Plan 49R 19584 from Ronald Davidson and Glenda Davidson, and further that Part 2, Plan 49R 19584 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer documents. Background is there for your information. Item 16, County Road 6, Gillen Road, Road Access Agreement. Resolution number OPCC 200957. Moved by chair, second by committee, that the road access agreement between Zachary and Catherine Hamill and the County of Renfrew be approved, and further that a bylaw to authorize execution of the road access agreement be passed at this session of County Council. Background is there for your information, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Keller, Inch, Robinson, and Mayor TJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peckett. That was a long report. You must be need a break. Drink of water or something at least. So on item number 1, the monthly status report. Number 2, the capital program variance report. Number 3, County Road 517. I'm sorry, Councillor Love, please.
On number 3. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Chair Peckett and Director Perkins for coming to Madawaska Valley and taking a look at the situation. I know anything that can be done along this stretch of road when it's rehabilitated to harden the shoulders is much appreciated by the residents, by Madonna House, and also by George Vanier Catholic School, which is also along that roadway. So thank you very much for coming, and we appreciated you meeting with our staff.
That's good to hear. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was actually item number 1, and I just I wish to express it's very gratifying the significant amount of county work in the Township of Admaster and Bromley commencing this year. Just as we're speaking right now, the County Road 5 just outside of our council township office here is under reconstruction. Also, it was a fairly substantial job. The Sylvester Power Bridge converted now to culverts. There was a large culvert replaced in Pine Valley, another one on the Bromley adjacent to the Bromley farm. I just, having said that, the communications, I would seek to perhaps encourage a little bit more advance notice of some of the works, in particular with County Road 5 just outside of this building. There was a later letter. It was dated September 25th, but it only was in our mailbox, presumably hand delivered here at the township yesterday, of the intention to close County Road 5 just immediately west of our transfer station, which no one at the township was aware of the pending closure, and that is happening effective Monday. It is also of a piece with the rehabilitation or the conversion of the Sylvester Power Bridge to twin culverts, concrete box culverts. Earlier this year, where I'm aware that the adjacent landowners, only about a week before the road was closed, were engaged with respect to using their properties for staging of the culvert replacement. I think that it would be more appropriate to engage with the township, certainly with a little bit more advance notice, particularly if there is a road going to be closed, because it is causing us to have to investigate alternate routes right now, which have also been proposed by the successful contractor in this. So I would very much like to encourage perhaps a little bit more advance notice.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Mr. Perkins, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to County Council. We'll definitely look into it and try to be more forthright. We do, of course, every year list roads that are going to be done in each person's area. So we will we'll endeavor to improve on our notification for sure.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to go back because obviously I was speeding through this report. So that was item number 1. Any other comments? Item number 1. Seeing none. Item 2. Item 3. 4, County Road 52. Number 5, disposal of surplus items. 6, quotations and tenders. 7, fuel tender. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. I do appreciate all of the effort that staff have expended in reviewing this issue. And I certainly can attest, as someone that purchases bulk fuels for my farm, and likewise so does the township, I can attest certainly that it is very competitive pricing that the County of Renfrew is receiving. Having said that, there is a distinction between rack price and the Ottawa Daily average retail price. And while I am satisfied that we are getting good value for dollars expended here, the particulars of the tender document and the contract that was awarded was based on a rack price, which is essentially the wholesale price at the large terminal. That was also augmented by a 1 cent delivery charge. This is not consistent with what the tender documents called for. Having said all of that stuff, if historically this has been the average retail Ottawa price is the basis by which the contract is awarded, then I would strongly urge that the tender documents for future contracting cite that it should be the Ottawa average daily retail price rather than the Ottawa rack price, because they are two distinct things.
Right. Thank you for those comments, and I'm certain that Mr. Perkins will look into that going forward. Number 8, engineering services. Resolutions. Number 9, speeding no parking signage resolution. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. This absolutely needed to be done. It's such a shame that it had to be done, but I was tagged in a video on Facebook where there must have been 250 cars parked on both sides of 508. So unfortunately, I think that this was something that needed to be done. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Any other comments on number 9? Councillor Hunt, do you have your hand up?
Yes, in reference to Mayor Murphy's comment and about parking on 508, we are actively pursuing a property to build a parking lot, and the property will have to be leased or purchased or given by the M&R. And once we are successful in getting a parking lot property and successful in the county's approval of the location of the property, we will probably be coming back to the county and putting no parking on the highway. Last weekend, the traffic was lined up for 2.3 kilometers. There was over 241 vehicles. And unfortunately, they opened their doors still into the traffic. So we see in the long run, the only way to limit it is to have no parking on County Road 508 through that section, and it might be a 3-kilometer section, and have a parking lot that will handle so many cars. And once the parking lot is full, that would be the number of people that would be allowed in that area to travel to Eagle's Nest. Today, with the number of vehicles traveling there certainly is no physical distancing, and it is a problem for us, but it's a very tough one to control as long as they can park and walk for miles along County Road 508. So we are actively pursuing it. We're hoping within the next week or so to have a meeting with the county to show them the location. We preferred to get a parking spot on the south side of 508, but because of its mountain climbing, we think we are going to have to move to the north. But we believe we have found a good location, and we'll be proceeding with trying to get parking completely off of 508. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. You certainly have a challenge there, but I think you're working at a solution that's going to be best for everyone, keeping everyone safe. I'm amazed that there hasn't been accidents at that location already. Any other comments on number 9? Seeing that, number 10. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for certainty, it is certainly self-explanatory, and I note that the assessment through the criterion developed by OGRA for potential assumption by upper tier was the one that was applied in what is before us today is consistent with that. That was done in 2014, I believe, in Deep River. So just for certainty from that, because I think that for each one of us, certainly for me, it provides a good objective basis by which we can have a look at all of our own roads. And certainly that was a component of what OGRA was suggesting, is once you have this objective criterion, rather than looking at all of the roads in the county, each one can be viewed perhaps from a lower tier basis. So in the discrepancy that I had suggested was there a month ago, it was that there was a 6-point rating, i.e. the weighting, which ranged from 0 through 0.5 through 2 through 3. At each of those weightings, then there was a multiplier by 6. So if it was a weighting of 3, it ultimately was 18. If it was a weighting of 2, it was ultimately 12. So can I have certainty that in fact it's not a sliding weighting, that it is a binary, i.e. you meet a road would meet the threshold and then be awarded all of the points or the weighting points, or are each of those points subject to a sliding scale within them?
Mr. Perkins, could you respond to Councillor Donahue, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to the committee. Yeah, exactly as you explained it, Councillor Donahue. That's how the former director, Mr. Darch, had done it. So obviously, I followed his example. Thankfully, you had quite a number of handwritten notes on the Deep River assessment, so it was it was quite easy to follow. But yeah, that's exactly how it works. You're either all or none. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does, absolutely.
Okay, any other comments on item number 10? Item 11, County Road 508. 12, Cameron Culvert. 13, Centennial Lake Road. 14, Calabogie Road. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a couple of these roads, and I can't recall what they were particular. I think it was this one that jumped out at me, the plan number 49R 19581. And I wonder if perhaps the chair or Mr. Perkins can comment. These seem to be driven more from a planning perspective than a road needs perspective, in regards, and I believe it was this one, Stan Gedde, it did certainly blur as I was enlarging the registered plan, but it seemed to me that what was being conveyed to the county of Renfrew, it looked like it was 0.3 meters by 0.3 meters, which is the footprint of my laptop. And I can't imagine that there is going to be a substantial road widening that would incorporate that area that my laptop would fit into.
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Actually, all these little slivers of land and stuff throughout the county, as you'll recall earlier in the season, we talked about Sebastopol. These are basically house cleaning, just tidying up and making sure that all the road allowance is there. And yeah, sometimes it can be 1 square foot or it can be 100 square feet. But in order to keep it all in line with the county's right of way, we do purchase it all just to be safe for later in life. But they're all, as we go along in our asset management plan, it's just cleaning up and totting up to make sure the right of way is right.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 15, Chanel Road. 16, Gillen Road. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. It is now 12:06. I'll look to council's direction. Development and property report doesn't look to be too long. Do you want to take a break now, or would you like to do development and property and then take a break? Because I think finance and admin is going to take us some time to get through. Chair Sweet, would you like to do your report, or do you want a break?
I'm ready to go if that's the desire and the wish of you, Madam Warden. I'll make this as quickly as possible, and so that I can actually go and have something to eat.
That's right. All right, you go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows a number of information items. The first one is the activity tracker, which can be found on page 195 for your information. Item number 2 is support for the small modular reactor. A letter has been sent out in support of that through the county, which is in keeping with the county's position as far as the economic development of that particular initiative. Excuse me. Item number 3 is a letter and a document on page 186 for the Eastern Ontario Food Hub that we are supporting. A letter of support was provided to the United Counties of Prescott Russell. Excuse me. Item number 4, the Ontario East Economic Development Commission Workforce Development Report, which can be found on page 189. When I first saw this report, I was a little bit disappointed and brought it to the attention of the director. This is reminiscent of a report that was put together on transportation issues in Eastern Ontario, and it seems to follow the same sort of environment. The transportation initiative was one that focused entirely on everything south of number 7 highway. And when I read this particular document, it seemed that had the similar type focus as well. And I brought that to the attention of Craig, our director. There is life and economic development above number 7 highway, as you can appreciate. It does, for example, not talk in terms of cooperation and working with, for example, the military. The military, it seemed, consists of Kingston and Trenton and Loyalist College. There is a very, very large, in fact, the largest military base or army base in Canada, and that is in Garrison, Petawawa. And there is Algonquin College that was not mentioned. And they have 3 campuses, one in Ottawa, one in Kemptville, and of course, one in Pembroke. So I'm pleased to see that Mr. Kelly is going to be part of that workshop advisory panel and bring the issues pertaining to Renfrew County to that task force. I think that's very important going forward. Item number 5 is the municipal collaborative promotion photograph sessions, and we encourage all of the municipalities that want to get involved with that to do so. That's for your information. Starter company plus clients are competing for the $5,000 funding. And again, another information item. Item number 7 is on page 226, and really item 7 and number 8 kind of speak to the same initiative, and that is Algonquin Park and the forestry industry, which, as we all know, is one of the key components of the pillars of economic development here in Renfrew County. There is a letter there signed by our forester, Lacey Rose, and I think it's very comprehensive and speaks to some of the challenges that every so often comes up when the 10-year review is in place, and that is challenges to make sure that the wood supply that supports a large industry here in Renfrew County is looked after. So that's 7 and 8. Item number 9, the Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail Advisory Committee. We're still in the process of transferring these parcels of land over to the county of Renfrew, and to that end, we've asked for John Yakubuski, who's the Minister of Natural Resources, to request and expedite unpatented Crown lands. If I could just take a minute or two here, if I could, Warden, and recognize someone who is absolutely essential and very, very key to this whole Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail. In 2008 or 2009 or thereabouts, when I started this process of acquiring the actual rail bed, two people were involved. One, Rick Posnikoff, who was the Vice President of CP out of Vancouver, and the other one was a gentleman that we came to work with very, very closely, and that's Kevin Paul. Kevin Paul was involved with the real estate for Ontario and Manitoba, and he was an invaluable resource for us. Kevin has now since retired, and we owe him a huge debt of gratitude for his guidance and his assistance in moving this particular project forward. So I wanted to recognize Kevin for that tremendous support that he gave to the County of Renfrew. The Algonquin Trail Economic Development Impact Study, I think it's important that we find out just how important this trail is to Renfrew County, and as such, that the staff were directed to develop an economic development impact study for the Algonquin Trail. I think that's very important. Service Delivery Improvement Project, I don't know whether Craig is going to talk a little bit about that or not, but I think it's going very, very well. Where are we? Item number 12, there is a picture on page 229 of what the pylon sign will look like going forward. And it's, I believe, has now been ordered, but obviously is not in place at this point in time. Item number 13 is the official plan amendment and the exemption. That letter can be found on page 229. Let me just say how much both the warden, I believe, and myself appreciate the cooperation and the work that we had with both Minister Clark and Minister Yakubuski on this particular initiative going forward. One of the areas that we wanted was to have the county exemption on the official plan, and we're moving forward to which we received. When we do official plan amendments locally here through the County of Renfrew, it will save $12,000 fee, which would have been paid had it gone up straight to the province of Ontario. We're continuing to work through the planning department to get a made in Renfrew official plan, OP 31, I believe it is, and to that end, correspondence has gone out to the various municipalities for input to what that official plan should look like. Under resolutions, KMP Recreational Trail, resolution number DPCC 2061, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that the County Council approved that 950 meters of the historic KMP line in the town of Renfrew be managed by the KMP Management Advisory Committee at this session of council. Really, that's just an extension of a spur line that is now a natural situation as far as the KMP trail is concerned. I want to make it clear that it's not being transferred to the KMP trail. We can't do that, but we're going to manage it, and I think that makes absolute sense to do so. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, committee members Iman, Hunt, Keller, Lynch, Reinwald, Robinson, and I've got Jay Wisniewski Moore, but I understand that has changed. So this is now Jay Wisniewski Teague, T-I-G-H-E. Anyway, there you go. That's the report. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet. It'll be Councillor TJ.
TJ, okay,
TJ.
That's how you say it. Okay.
Okay. Under information, item number 1, the Planning Division Activity Tracker. Number 2, the Canada Small Modular Reactor. 3, the Eastern Ontario Food Hub. 4, Ontario East Economic Development Commission. Looking forward to the impact that Mr. Kelly will have on this group for sure. Number 5, the promotional tourism photography sessions. I'm really hoping that we get some great up-to-date photos and maybe consider revising our video that we used for the national anthem. It's a little bit dated, I think. Number 6, start a company. 7, Algonquin Park Forest Management Direction. 8, sustainable growth. 9, Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail Advisory Committee. 10, Algonquin Trail Economic Development Impact Study. 11, the Service Delivery Improvement Project. Mr. Kelly, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Warden, and through to the council. No, the project is, I normally would share a screen, but we had difficulties over the last few times trying to do so. So I regret not being able to do that today. I will let everyone know we are on schedule. We are due for a transfer, or at least the first phase, which will be development of property and public works and engineering. That wing is due to be turned over from the contractor to us on November the 9th. And looking forward to that. We are currently working on the new reception area and the overall painting and upgrading of the flooring and washrooms in that wing. The majority of the rest of the program will start after November 1st when the county's health unit moves out, and a large section will be under renovation starting on or around November 1st. The other main part of this, of course, is the courtroom, which is well under development, and some exterior landscaping before the cold weather hits. So again, on track, and everything's going very well with the contractors, and the project manager is quite happy. Mr. Valaket, who works in development property, is keeping everything on track, and my thanks and hats off to Kevin. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Emo, you had a question?
Yes, not a question. Sorry, I just lost my screen for a second. Just to, on this topic, the health unit board met yesterday and approved some swing space, so we definitely will be out on time, and did receive some funding from the province for the ongoing renovations at Lake Street. There are some struggles there. It's an older building, but they're being resolved through negotiation with the new landowner, the new building owner, and so there shouldn't be any problems in terms of the health unit impeding the county's rehabbing of that wing. I say that as confidently as I can as of 11:30 yesterday.
Well, I was going to add that was great news, but it's great news as of today at 12:15. Any other comments on item number 11? Item 12, the new sign. 13, the OP amendments. Resolution, the K&P recreational trail. The report as a whole. Seeing none, do I have a mover?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. So by my clock, it's 12:20. Shall we adjourn until 1 o'clock? Does that give people enough time, 40 minutes, or do you need a little longer? Councillor Murphy.
I was just wondering if our staff would need more time for the resolution put forward by Councillor Emo.
No, I'm getting head shaking here. We're good. They're good to go. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Sean, if you can shut us down until then. So we're back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch, and we will continue on with our committee reports. Finance and Administration Committee, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So your Finance and Admin report starts on page 234 of your package. Members of County Council, your Finance and Administration Committee wish to report and recommend as follows. For information, number one is the COVID-19 corporate financial summary to August 31st. You can see some of the startling figures there. Number two is the POA Act matters. There's an update. Number three is the 2020 tax rate summary. Number four is the 2020 taxable and PIL levy by levy type. Number five is the 2020 levy summary report. Some good information there. Number six is the 2020 tax impact summary report. Number seven, paramedic services, again, all about VTAC. There's some money still outstanding, but again, as we said in the Health Committee report, please everybody pass this at your local level. This is such an important program in our county. Number eight is the Icon Modernization Project. Under resolutions, number 9 is the follow-up report to Council on the continuity of operations and services in response to COVID-19. It's resolution number FACC 20-09-70, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the follow-up report on the continuity of operations and services in response to COVID-19 dated September 30th, 2020, and the recommendations therein be approved as amended. And I hope that everybody read through this report. It's very comprehensive. I applaud our senior leadership team. And when the warden comes back to this item, if there are any questions, I am going to ask the department head to answer those questions as they did the presentation in our F&A committee meeting. Number 10, delegated authority, resolution FACC 20-09-72, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that the approvals made under bylaw number 33-20, a bylaw to delegate council's authority to be approved by county council, notwithstanding section 4 of the bylaw that reads, that this bylaw will be limited to the time that Renfrew County Council is unable to hold its regular or special meetings of council or its committees as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak. And again, there's some background there. Number 11, the service delivery review, resolution FACC 20-09-73, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve that a special meeting of council be convened on Wednesday, October 7th to discuss the service delivery review, and further that representatives from Strategy Corps be invited to facilitate this discussion, and further that council enter into a closed meeting for the purpose of the discussion at the October 7th, 2020 meeting of County Council pursuant to section 239(1)K of the Municipal Act 2001, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, 2001, C25, section 239(2), 2007, C10, Schedule 1, S26, to discuss the report being prepared by Strategy Corps. And as the warden and I discussed, this is going to be a very long day. Bring snacks. Be ready for it. Number 12, Service Delivery Improvement Project, Provision of Unallocated Funds Amendment. Resolution FACC 20-09-71, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council amend the resolution from May 27th, 2020 to reallocate the funds reserved for the Renfrew County Economic Task Force to the Service Delivery Improvement Project, and further the $300,000 from the COVID-19 Emergency Funding Assistance Program be reallocated to the provision for unallocated funds, and further that County Council provide the Service Delivery Improvement Project with up to $300,000 from the provision for unallocated funds for necessary upgrades to the county council chambers to react to the realities of the COVID-19 pandemic, including social distancing and audio-visual requirements that were not part of the service delivery improvement project contract. So as we all know, we've been meeting by Zoom. Our chambers they don't accommodate us and our staff at this time the way they are. Obviously not something we were planning for, but certainly necessary, and new technology, as we've all learned, is extremely important at this time. Number 13, new budget and financial report format. Resolution number FACC 20-09-78, moved by myself, seconded by committee. Whereas the working group consisting of Warden Robinson, Chair Murphy, and Councillor Hunt have recommended to the Finance and Administration Committee that staff be directed to develop the 2021 budget using a new gross budget format versus the current net budget format. And whereas the Finance and Administration Committee expressed concerns regarding how staff and council will understand the differences between the two formats, now therefore be it resolved that County Council directs staff to continue using the current net budget format to develop and present the 2021 budget, and further that staff also present a comparison of the current net and proposed gross budget formats I think that should say in the first quarter of 2021 financial reporting to County Council, not for the, sorry about that. And the background is there. Number 14, 2021 budget guidelines, resolution FAC 20-09-83, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the 2021 budget guidelines as follows: annual levy increase of 2.5%, and that County Council also confirm the remaining elements of the long-term financial plan as follows: restriction in the use of that levy increase to only 2.5% per year for operating expenses, utilization of the annual current value assessment weighted growth into capital reserves estimated at 1.48%, new debt for projects in excess of 3 million, annual provincial funding of at least 500,000, annual federal gas tax funding of at least 2.6 million, and minimum capital reserve balance of 2 million. Resolution number FACC 20-09-84, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the cost of living allowance increase for non-union staff under employment bylaw number 1 be set at 1.5% for 2021. Resolution number FACC 20-09-85, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the 2021 budget schedule. And you can see the budget schedule in the background. I'm not sure if we will be doing budget virtually or if we'll be able to see each other's pretty faces next year. And this flows into bylaws. Electronic participation in council meetings and proxy voting. Resolution FACC 20-09-81, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, whereas the province of Ontario has adopted Bill 197, the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, which amends the Municipal Act 2001 to permit regular electronic participation by members at meetings of council and committees. And whereas council and its committees have successfully held electronic meetings throughout the COVID-19 declared state of emergency as previously permitted under the Municipal Act 2001, and where council deems it expedient to continue to permit electronic participation at meetings of council and its committees. Now, therefore be it resolved, the Finance and Administration Committee recommends that County Council approve the following amendments to the procedural bylaw 85-10 to allow for electronic participation in meetings. That subsection 6.1, emergency electronic meetings, be removed from the procedural bylaw in its entirety. That a new section under Part 3, Council, titled Electronic Participation in Meetings, be added in order to permit council participation through electronic means according to the following guidelines. A, councillors are permitted to participate in a meeting remotely via electronic means, example, video or audio teleconference. And such councillors shall have the same rights and responsibilities as if they were in physical attendance. B, any councillor participating electronically must be located within the province of Ontario unless an elected official is on municipal business. C, a councillor who is participating electronically in a meeting shall be counted in determining whether or not a quorum of members is present at any point in time and may participate electronically in any portion of the meeting that is closed to the public. D, all councillors participating electronically in a closed session of council, standing committee, or ad hoc committees shall declare to the presiding officer and the clerk that they are in a private room where no other person can overhear the deliberations, the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible, and it is strongly recommended that the councillor wear earbuds or headphones when in a closed session. E, in the event of an interruption in connectivity for a member that is participating electronically, the meeting will resume without the participant and their absence will be noted in the minutes. F, any councillor intending to participate electronically in a meeting shall notify the clerk by emailing prior to the meeting. G, members must inform the clerk or presiding officer of their departure prior to leaving the meeting to ensure that there is quorum. H, should the presiding officer lose connectivity for longer than a period of 5 minutes, the clerk shall ask members to appoint a presiding officer from amongst members present. I, in the absence of a chair at a committee, Section 74G of the procedural bylaw will apply. J, should a councillor declare a pecuniary interest, Section 47 of the procedural bylaw shall apply. K, councillors must connect through a secure connection. And further, that the procedural bylaw provisions relating to participation in electronic meetings be revoked effective June 30th, 2021. And further, that staff be directed to prepare a review of the effectiveness of the electronic meeting provisions of the procedural bylaw prior to revocation of the electronic meeting provisions of the procedural bylaw. And further, that Section 7 of the procedural bylaw, place of meeting, be amended to read as follows. All the meetings of council will be held in the council chamber of the County Administration Building, 9 International Drive, Pembroke, Ontario, or at such place as the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk may from time to time determine. And further, that a bylaw to amend Bylaw 85-10 as amended, being a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council and committees of the County of Renfrew, be adopted at this session of County Council. And further, the council not take any action on proxy voting at this time. And there's a lot of background there. 16, remuneration bylaw. Resolution FACC 20-09-76, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The county council adopt the revised remuneration bylaw at this session of county council to include compensation for electronic meetings, noting that if a member of county council's participation in an electronic meeting, should they need to travel for the purposes of connectivity to participate, that they be remunerated as per the provisions of the remuneration bylaw. However, that remuneration mileage will not exceed the cost of travel that would be provided from their home to the county administration building, whichever is less. And there's stuff about AMO, ROMO, and FCM that are very important, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Hunt, Peckett, Robinson, and Sweet. Thank you, Madam Warden. I think I beat Tom Peckett.
Thank you very much, Chair Murphy. I'm not sure. I'm going to say it was a tie, but you probably could use a glass of water right now too. That's a lot of reading.
Water right now.
All right, so we'll begin at the start of your report. Any questions under item number 1, the COVID financial summary? Number 2, the Provincial Offences Act matters. Number 3, the 2020 tax rate summary. 4, the 2020 taxable and PIL levy and levy type. Number 5, the 2020 levy summary report. 6, the 2020 tax impact summary report. Number 7, paramedic services, VTAC accounts receivable. Number 8, the Integrated Core Defenses Network Modernization Project. Under resolutions, number 9, follow-up report to council on the continuity of operations and services in response to COVID-19. Incredible document. So very proud of our SIL, our senior leadership team. My goodness, long night day. It's just absolutely excellent. Number 10, delegated authority. Number 11, the service delivery review. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to commend yourself and Mr. Morrow. I think this is outstanding. I think it's going to be a vital part of the final product, the final document that we're going to see on the service delivery review. And I think that, as I had suggested at FNA, this is going to have a fairly lengthy time horizon. So I think it's appropriate that we have a very focused and concentrated discussion on what's the appropriate service and level to be distributed throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to say that at 1400 hours or 2 o'clock, I have another appointment called a medical. So I'll be leaving at that time, but I'll send it off to Rose.
All right, thank you for that heads up. Number 12, the Service Delivery Improvement Project, unallocated funds amendment. 13, new budget and financial report format. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you. What I would like to state here is the new reporting was brought to the committee in August, and we met, and then it further came to finance and administration. I made the suggestion that we hold off, and it was agreed to by the committee, or by the finance committee, that we hold off until the first quarter of next year. That being said, the reason that I did this was because the reporting that was put together by Mr. Foss, and I think he did a good job on it, we only had one opportunity to view it, and we did not have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Foss and do any revisions that we as a group would have liked to have seen to the reporting. So before the reporting is brought back in the first quarter of 2021, I would ask that at least Jennifer and myself have an opportunity, but the whole committee, if they choose to be there, to meet with Mr. Foss and look at some revisions that we would like to see to the reporting. And then also to talk about the presentation, you know, how it should be presented to council at that time. So I'm asking that we have this opportunity to have some meetings, you know, and not maybe 6 months from now, whenever Mr. Foss can fit it in, so that we are able to bring our concerns about the package that was put together.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Are you wanting an amendment to the resolution, or are you just making a request that this meeting take place?
I am just making a request that this meeting take place.
Okay, it is noted and it will occur. I think it's a great idea that you and Councillor Murphy meet with Mr. Foss.
That's what the grin was.
Okay, item number.
Madam Warden, I thought maybe you were feeling left out, but then you started to laugh. So then I realized that, no, you're good with this.
I am very good with this. Yes, I am. Item number 14, the 2021 budget guidelines. Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you, Arden. I'd request that this item be separated out from the report and for further discussion.
Okay, we can absolutely do that. You're making a motion to sever?
Yes, please.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Sweet, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So 14 is severed. Under 15, bylaws, electronic participation in council meetings. And 16, remuneration bylaw. The report as a whole. Oh, Councillor Emo, please.
Sorry, I missed on 14. I'm curious, the requirement that we suggest that our connection is secure, number K. I'm assuming that means as long as we're at home or in an office somewhere, it's considered secure. The intent is that we're not sitting on a park bench in the middle of the village square or at Tim Hortons or something like that. Am I correct in that assumption? I don't have to declare it. It's just assumed because I'm at home or in a secure office?
That is certainly my assumption as well. Councillor Murphy?
Yes, I think that the idea is that we're not conducting council meetings at Starbucks. So that's exactly it.
Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Emo. Just in our discussions with our IT folks, the Wi-Fi services at, let's say, a Starbucks or a Tim Hortons are identified when they come up to be selected on your laptop or computer as public Wi-Fi services. There is an issue with security on those. Typically, when you load and you create your Wi-Fi account at home, it's identified as private. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Item number 16, the remuneration bylaw. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, it was actually still on 14. I must note also that on the remuneration, the local Starbucks is beyond my mileage to the county building, so it would be outside of the realm that I could travel to. On 14, I think that it might be worthwhile if staff brought back to the committee meeting in October, Finance and Admin. Perhaps this is something that would warrant an ad hoc committee that could work through. The Council for the County of Renfrew has been meeting in the same manner now since, well, I can't say since 1861 because initially there was a combined council of both Lanark and Renfrew, but we've been almost a century and a half meeting in person, and now we are venturing into the digital realm. That it might very well be worthwhile of having that ongoing assessment working through perhaps a subcommittee that would report through F&A to give careful consideration to what we would be proposing to do on a permanent basis.
Thank you. Just for clarification, it's item 15 you're commenting on, correct? Because 14 was severed as that was the budget. 15 is electronic participation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You are correct. I am incorrect. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion that be put on the agenda of the next F&A committee meeting to discuss, since you are suggesting that ad hoc committee would actually report to F&A? Is that acceptable?
Well, yes, precisely what I was saying is that staff give consideration on the merits of perhaps striking an ad hoc committee and bring that report through F&A in October.
So that would be direction to staff? Yeah. Okay, we're good with that? Okay. All right, any other comments on?
Should vote on.
Okay. Mr. Morrow is asking for a vote on direction to staff, so. All right, everyone's good with that? I'm seeing nobody's saying, oh.
Do we need a motion?
Direction to staff.
He said direction to staff is fine.
Okay.
Councillor Love, did you have a question or are you good with that? Okay, all right. Councillor Emo.
Sorry about, thank you, your Warden. Just very quickly, and maybe part of that should be, could be a discussion about Zoom as a platform. Is there a different platform? I've sat in on some Zoom meetings where there's a little hand function at the bottom where you can press on the hand and then it notifies the moderator that you wish to speak. It shows up in a different color. So that seems to be an additional feature that might be added for convenience for yourself or committee chairs. So I'm, maybe just if you're going to do an ad hoc, you might want to broaden the scope a little bit to see if this is a suitable platform or if there's a better one. And I'm not complaining about it. It's just an observation.
There was an analysis done of the various platforms. I think Mr. Morrow would like to comment, though.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Emo. In the F&A report, it was an information item. We did undertake a detailed analysis. Much of the work was done by AMCTO and others, so we compiled that information, had our IT staff look at it and provide us with their thoughts on the best platform. Again, the outcome of that was a bit of a mixture in terms of what folks were using. There was one no better than the other in terms of identified. However, the large majority of municipalities are using Zoom. With respect to those features, I think we do have access to those on our current Zoom platform that we pay for, so we can turn those on should we need to as well. Thank you.
Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was certainly something, if I think for staff direction, whether there be an ad hoc committee struck or not, I think it is a very comprehensive review of everything, because I would suggest that there is a cost associated with all of these electronic platforms. And I anticipate that if we're going to be making something permanent, that we're probably going to have to look at something other than sole sourcing. Given that there is competition in the marketplace, if it would be by means of an RFP, an RFQ, whatever it might be. Like if we were making this permanent, we're on Zoom now because, in my estimation, it was a very shallow learning curve, and there was some urgency to getting it set up so that council could have facilitated meetings once again. And I'm quite fine with that on an ongoing basis. But as we're making this permanent, I think that that's something that does need to be given consideration. Where the platform is based, vis-a-vis data security, all of that sort of thing, I think that we want to give consideration to.
And I see Mr. Morrow nodding, so I'm sure he's taking notes. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To Michael Donahue's point, I've been on different platforms now. I told Sean that I was on a Microsoft Teams meeting. I found it very difficult. At one point, I couldn't unmute myself. There are some issues, but we did jump into this like with both feet. And there is a shallow learning curve, but maybe we should be going over the features of Zoom that maybe people aren't realizing are there, like the hands up, like the chat feature. Maybe it's worthwhile going through some of the other features.
We can certainly arrange some kind of tutorial for in the future, if whatever platform we choose to continue on with, for sure. Okay, any other comments on 15? 16, remuneration bylaw. The report as a whole, except for item 14. Is there a mover?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Emo found his thumbs up button. Okay, we'll go back to item number 14. Councillor Peckett, do you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you, Warden. I'm totally against this item 14, as I spoke out in finance and admin. I've noted in the strategy corp report to county council, they referred to, and I think most on county council thinks that this report is an excellent report. And they talked about how well the county has been performing financially in the years up from 15 to 18. And I think they didn't, unless I missed it, they didn't mention the years 19 and 20 at all. So that kind of threw up an alarm bell to me to start with. So moving from 3.5% down to 2.5% saves approximately 30 to 40 cents per $100,000 assessment on your tax bill. So even if you have a $500,000 assessment on your house, that move is going to save you $2. So it's a very, very short term gain, in my opinion, for long-term pain. Yes, we have approximately $47 to $49 million in reserves. Well, that's part of our capital asset management plan. We all took agreed in our municipalities and everything. The province has put this asset management plan in place. And the county of Renfrew, and Mr. Foss can correct me on this, I believe we have well over $200 million in assets. So we're behind the 8 ball really when it comes to coming anywhere close to replacing our assets. And our assets are continually increasing each year. I don't think it's wise of us to for such a small amount of money to keep stepping backwards when we should be moving forward as a county. In relationship to our counterparts in the area, our amount of reserves is below average in comparison to others. We just heard a report this morning as well that should we go on to the broadband 5 option of 1 gigabyte or whatever they're proposing, the possible costs in Renfrew County will be well over $200 million. And I don't know how we could ever pay for that. I know in the past we put in 10 million here and there to help with broadband. So I think we're being, we're a penny wise and a pound poor in this situation, in my opinion. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. And I certainly for the 35 or 40 cents per $100,000 assessment, I will not be supporting item 14 as written, and suggest that we go back to staff's recommendation. And I'm hoping Mr. Foss is still here, and ask him if he can come on and verify what I've just said to County Council here as being accurate or inaccurate. I hope I have not used any wrong numbers, and I'll leave it at that and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peckett. Mr. Morrow just wants to qualify the gigabyte project.
Thank you for that, Warden. Just to comment with respect to the over $200 million for the gigabyte projects. That number is there. Should we take it on ourselves as a county? We are hoping that would be done through partnerships with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and TSP service providers, telecom community service providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I see Mr. Foss is live here. Would you like to comment, sir?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and all of County Council. Just really, I guess, following up on some of the comments by Councillor Peckett. His assertion that the move from 3% down to 2.5%, had we applied that based on really last year's weighted assessment, because I don't have weighted assessment for the upcoming year, but had we applied this 0.5% last year, our tax rate would have moved from $366 per 100,000 down to $364.15. So about $1.85 or so on $100,000 worth of assessment is really what the 0.5% or a reduction of $236,000 in county levy would represent. I believe I also mentioned at Finance and Administration Committee that what we're of course doing by making a change or a move away from our long-term financial plan, which requires a 3% levy change per year, that 1 year change of $236,000 really has a 10-year impact to it, because it lowers each successive starting point of the levy and the application of the long-term financial plan principles. So the 10-year impact to that decision is $2.9 million. So we have that reduction in total county levies over a 10-year period because of this change. I believe those were the questions, Madam Chair, Madam Warden, that Councillor Peckett wanted me to confirm.
I believe that's correct, Mr. Foss. Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you. In our discussions, Mr. Foss, we talked about a difference on $100,000 being in the 35 to 40 cent range. Did I misunderstand that?
Mr. Foss, please.
Yeah, I'm just really quickly calculating this drop. The application of this resolution, the movement from 3% down to 2.5%, is a decrease in the county levy of $236,000. So if I was to decrease the county levy by $236,000, and if I use the 2020 weighted assessment, because we don't have the 2021 weighted assessment as yet, I get a change in the residential tax rate going from $366 per 100,000 to $364.15. So those would be the numbers if I was to apply this 0.5% change to the weighted assessment for the 2020 year.
Councillor Peckett, did you have a follow-up?
No, I think I understand. So it's just from $66 to $64, $366 to $64. So I misunderstood by $1.60 or $1.65. So instead of 40 cents.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments? Councillor Emo, please.
I'm sorry, I've seen Councillor Sweets had his hand up since I spoke first.
Oh, I apologize. Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Warden. I can't support this decrease either. And first, let me say I'm the last person possibly that wants to increase taxes. But I think staff has worked and council has accepted the staff report of this 10-year asset management plan. And more in particular is the financial ramifications of that particular plan going forward over the 10 years. And I think the Treasurer has clearly articulated what the impact of that will be. That's a small reduction that they're talking about with this particular situation. But the long-range ramifications of this $2.9 million as far as an asset within the County of Renfrew's 10-year master plan or asset management plan means basically somewhere along the line something is not going to get done. if the decision or the rationale behind this is because, quote, we have too much in reserves, and I think Councillor Peckett has alluded to that, let me just say to you that over the last 13 years, I have tried very, very hard on a number of areas to try and get certain assets within the county of Renfrew done with little or no success. One of them in particular is Petawawa Boulevard, which leads to the largest economic driver within the county of Renfrew. And I think we heard a presentation before that one of the reasons that they're not perhaps growing that particular asset is because the infrastructure to support it is not in place. It's foolhardy, in my estimation, to reduce that amount by this really, in essence, a very, very small result. And if it is a question of reducing or utilizing, or we've got too much in the way of reserves, I can certainly make sure that a letter comes from the town of Petawawa to immediately move forward to do that particular boulevard, and thus perhaps enhancing economic development within the county of Renfrew. Really, in essence, I think that the plan that was put forward, and very, very solid plan that we agreed to, is something that we should really, really stick to. Jeff and Paul and the rest of the team there, the senior team, have certainly worked very, very hard to put this in place. I guess it reminds me of a saying that if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. And without the money to do this, and in the absence, and I can tell you quite frankly, I've made numerous overtures as members of council to get funding for infrastructure within the county of Renfrew, and have come up dry. Somewhere along the line, we're going to have to address the shortfalls on some of the infrastructure that's in place. And when I see, as Jeff has alluded to, $2.9 million is the ramification of a 0.5% reduction. And I'll articulate this again. Somewhere along the line, that means that something is not going to get done within the county of Renfrew because we don't have the money within the 10-year master plan or asset management plan to do it. So I can't support this reduction. I would be in favor of going back, as Councillor Peckett has talked to about the staff recommendations of 3%, not 2.5%, and I will support a recorded vote on this particular issue. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet, for your comments. I have Councillor Emo next, please.
Thank you. And I have to confess, I'd read the report, but I wasn't prepared. I assumed since it came from committee that it would just be a discussion, and so I'm not as prepared as I would like to be, but nevertheless, I'm going to depart from my normal speaking lines, and I think that'll be quite surprising. I have been supportive of maintaining the 3% consistently. I'm going to depart a bit this year from it because I'd often said in the past, I wanted to get some time under our belt with it, and with the 3% and the plan that's in place, and I believe we've outperformed consistently every year the plan, and I believe and I sure wish I could have pulled up my information, but and I believe that our contribution to reserves has outstripped our predictions on an annual basis for every year that we've had the plan. So I really hate saying I believe without knowing for sure. And I think also in this time we're at as well, this is the tipping point for me, is that I think we have to show some leadership, and I recognize that $1.10 per 100,000 is not a significant amount, but I believe it's an amount that would demonstrate that we get it. The people are going to be struggling next year, and I think we have to show that, and it's not significant cost to us. $2.9 million over 10 years is significant, but when you multiply 145 million times 10, that's a bigger number than 2.9 million. So I'm this year and this year only, I'm content to support this going forward. Should we come to this time next year and it's showing it should be 3% or 3.1%, then I will very definitely make my apologies and vote in line with the recommendation. To Councillor Sweet's point, should Petawawa Boulevard move forward, you know, I've said before, I think that's an opportunity where we should be exercising a significant debenture, and with that, if that meant pushing this from 2.5 to 3 to cover that debenture for 20 years, then I would be quite content with something like that. So I'm not opposed to Petawawa Boulevard, County Road 51. In fact, as everybody in this chambers and past members were very supportive of it, and I think we would find the financial tools to accommodate that should it suddenly appear on the horizon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'm going to kind of come up the middle on this, and having just looked up what it's estimated that inflation is going to be in 2020, it's significantly less than 1%. So I certainly support the fact that we do have to put money away in order to look after our capital assets. But at the same time, I do have a grave concern that my taxpayers are going to be struggling. My businesses are going to be struggling. So what I'm going to suggest is, would we consider the possibility of, instead of restricting the use of the levy increase to only 2.5% per year for operating expenses, could we gain our extra 0.5% for next year by restricting the use of the levy increase to only 2%? I know it won't have the exact same cumulative effect on the tax rate that Mr. Foss has spoken of, but we would still be putting the same amount of money away into reserves for.
I have to get her to make a motion.
So I'm just going to suggest it and see if we can have some discussion on resolving it that way.
Okay, Councillor Love, are you making that motion?
I would certainly make the motion. I'd certainly just like to have some discussion on it.
Okay, so if I can get it on the floor, do you have a seconder? Councillor Donahue. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Sorry, the CAO is asking for clarification on the motion. So can you just repeat it for our benefit, please?
So it would be that we leave everything else in the resolution the same, but we would restrict the use of the levy increase to only 2% per year for operating expenses. And I am talking about 2021. In 2021.
Thank you for that. Mr. Morrow, is that clear? Is that clear for everyone so far?
I just want to make sure Mr. Foss understands it.
Okay. So further discussion. I believe Councillor Donahue, did you have your hand up?
I did, Madam Warden, thank you. I certainly was seconding this. I think it is worthy of having a discussion. I want to see how this plays with respect to the balance of council. I don't know that I'm actually in support. With respect to the conversation as it's happened now, just a couple of things that I think would bear correcting the record. There's no question it was a great deal of work went into the long-term financial plan in 2013 and 2014, and it hasn't changed since then. It was adopted first in April of 2015, and we have expended a great deal of time and effort discussing annually the levy target. There are about 10 components to this. There is the growth, there is the interest that we would pay on debt, there was the interest we would earn on reserves, there was how much money we would receive from the federal grant, there was how much money we would receive from the provincial grant, and all of these things must be seen in their entirety. And in their entirety, we have vastly exceeded what was the requirements of the long-term financial plan. Just to briefly draw council's attention to a couple of particular instances. When we do our budget exercise each year, there is a page where the schedule of reserves is identified, and it identifies the opening balance and what is projected to be the closing balance. Each year following that, typically in April, this year it was, or June, I think, typically it is. This year it was much later. There is the audited financial statements. So I could put in front of council, in 2018, when the budget was prepared, that was the first year we varied from the 3%. It was in fact 2.6%. When we put our budget together, the forecast closing reserve balance, this is all reserves, not restricted only to capital, was $30,905,000. At the auditor's report, we in fact had $38,718,000. This was with a 2.6% levy rather than a 3% levy. As council will likely recall from 2019, once again, it was not 2.6%, it was 2.5% was the recommended levy. At that time, there was projected that there was going to be a just under $600,000 budget pressure that was not going to be accommodated. So rather than actually having that budget pressure, when we did our budgeting for 2019, we forecasted a closing reserve balance of $33,264,851. The auditor's report identified that we had a total reserves of $47,415,411. So what we had forecast as our closing reserves for 2019, we exceeded it by something on the order of $14 million. So I think that there is room certainly for us to recognize the challenges of COVID. I would certainly bring to council's attention that the Economic Task Force, which I think is an inspired initiative, certainly under the stewardship of Chair Sweet, I think that this is desperately needed in our community to recognize the challenges that COVID has wrought in the business community. But that is, we have allocated, we've reallocated it today, but the initial allocation was $250,000 from the provision for unallocated funds to fund that. Now we're talking about $236,000 for the individual ratepayers. Like Councillor Love has suggested, I'm under no illusion. My intent for the last 3 years was just to break the thrall that we seem to be into this long-term financial plan and our adherence to that, even though we have vastly exceeded each year what our recommendations are. I think absolutely we could have a levy of 2%, but I didn't have much expectation of that passing council's approval, so I didn't bring that forward. I don't think we would have to adjust our actual restriction on the use of that levy for operations, and I think we would still exceed our anticipated needs. With respect to the asset management plan and whether things are unfunded, every year it is put in front of us what is the requirements of our asset management plan. If we're not meeting them, there's something wrong. Either we don't need to meet them or we're not rolling projects out the door. If, as Councillor Sweet is suggesting, there's a whole bunch of other infrastructure things that we could be bringing forward, then I think that the first order of business is to incorporate them into our long-term capital asset management plan. With respect to Petawawa Boulevard unto itself, it seems that if we are to adhere to our long-term financial plan, in fact, as Councillor Sweet would be aware, anything in excess of $3 million is debentured. So just another FYI with respect to one of the elements of the long-term financial plan is that we pay no more than 3% on our debt. In fact, the construction loan right now through IO, I think, is at 0.47%. The 5-year debenture is at 1.05. That's an incredible savings. Money is just about free, frankly. And I dare say that there isn't a member of our community that can borrow funds at anything remotely approaching those kind of tax rates. That's the responsible leadership that the Council for the County of Renfrew can demonstrate here. So for all of those reasons, I certainly am in support of Councillor Love's recommendation that we could even have this reduced from 3% to 2%. I'm not sure what the appetite would be for that within our virtual room. I am going to defer or disagree with Councillor Love. I do not believe that we would need to restrict the operating to under 2.5%. And I think if there was an opportunity ever for this to be afforded to the taxpayers that are challenged with broadband, with having their kids at home schooling, with having to self-isolate at home, all of these things, I think we have a unique opportunity right now to recognize the needs of our community in a challenge that is unprecedented in the last 100 years.
Thank you very much for that comment, Councillor Donahue. I do have Councillor Emo, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Foss just to share with us the impact of the resolution as presented by Councillor Love. So Councillor Emo first, please.
And I apologize, I wasn't, I was just threshing around getting my cushion comfortable.
That's fine. So Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I don't have the information available to me to be able to calculate backwards through what the impact would be on 2.5% versus 2% on operating expenses. Something we can do, but not something I can kind of just do off the cuff. It certainly will provide some additional room for us with respect to having more dollars available for our capital plan. We may, in fact, have some challenges, like all municipalities represented here, with being able to operate some of our services within even a 2% cap next year. And I'm reflecting on our costs as presented, our COVID costs, our net COVID costs. To date, we do have some dollars available through the Safe Start initiative, the federal initiative, that there's some funds flowing through to us, but we also have some of our departments that are experiencing some cost pressures, and 2% may not be sufficient for them. So tough to make those comments on what is the impact of a resolution like that when we haven't even started our budget exercise as yet. But certainly the intention to reduce operating expenses does allow us to free up some of those dollars for additional capital support. So the theory is correct. I just don't have the net impact of that at my fingertips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. I didn't really mean to put you in that spot, but when you start talking about reducing the services that we provide our residents, I get very uncomfortable with that. Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yes, I was, I think that Councillor Love brings up a very interesting and out of the box idea. My concern is exactly what Mr. Foss just said. At the beginning of my report, we saw the numbers, the COVID-19 numbers. We know that this is not going away probably anytime soon. And I would hate to leave some of our department heads short of operational monies in such a strange time. So I normally I would love that idea, Councillor Love. This year I'm not so sure, just because we don't know where we're going. We don't know what kind of other financing we are going to get from either level of government. So I think that this year we have to be just a wee bit more careful about our operating monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just through you to Mr. Foss, if he give us just a quick overview where Renfrew County stands in relationship to our neighbors with the amount of reserves in comparison, please.
Mr. Foss, are you able to provide that information to us?
Thank you, Warden. Well, I think perhaps Councillor Peckett is referring to some of the documentation that came forward in the preliminary report from Strategy Corp with our service delivery review. When they did an analysis of our financial position with respect to our comparator group, they're certainly not indicating that we are an anomaly where we have reserves, for example, as a percentage of our entire operating expenses that are out of line or extraordinary, or even meeting perhaps the average of the comparator group. I recall that in January at the budget workshop, when we discuss the long-term financial plan and the funding for that plan, I believe I bring forward a chart indicating what the reserve levels are for all counties across the province of Ontario compared to where our reserve levels are. And just going from memory, I don't have it at my fingertips, but going from memory, we are always on an annual basis below the average of all of the counties across Ontario. And I think that same information was presented to you by Strategy Corp in the draft SDR report. And I believe, Councillor Peckett, that probably addresses your question with respect to our reserve levels not being, I don't think, out of line with any of our comparators.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. I see Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Love. And then if there's no other further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote on Councillor Love's resolution. So Councillor Hunt first, please.
Thank you, Warden. I want to caution when we're looking at reserves, we also should look at debt. When we're doing a comparator to other municipalities, to other counties, we should look at both those factors, because you can have lots in reserves, but if you've got twice as much in debt, you're in a negative position. So you really have to take those two factors and look at them together, because we could put all our capital expenditures to debt and have wonderful reserves, but that doesn't do the job for us. So I caution that we should be looking at both those numbers, if debt and reserves, if we're going to make any decisions with them. And one other point is, from 2015, I guess when the long-term financial plan was done, we had projected where our reserves would be. And so I'm wondering if we should be getting a report from the treasurer showing, okay, here's where we expected it to be, here's where we are, but then also extrapolate that out for another 5 or perhaps 10 years and say, where will this take us? I've done some of this work on my own, and I think within 4 or 5 years that we're going to be putting more money into capital reserves than we have shown we are capable of managing under a capital program. I see us very soon getting up to throwing $30 million into the reserve. And what I've seen in my few years on council is there only so much capital we can actually manage and do. So I think a little extrapolation to show us where we're going under a 2.5 scenario and a 3% scenario with some truer numbers for interest and so on would be a very telling experience for all of us. And I do support the 2.5% levy increase, which falls in line with heavy discussions we had at the budget workshops in the last 2 years, and that we've ended up landing there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Love, and then I will give your seconder the very last word, and then we will vote on your resolution.
Okay, I guess the reason why I suggested this, and again, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but typically staff has brought in the budget at less than 2.5% every year. They have done a very good job of consistently doing that. So to me, when we don't have inflation running as high as it has in the past, this is an excellent opportunity for them to again be able to do that. I do take Councillor Murphy's point about we don't know what the COVID expenses are going to look like or how much of them are going to be funded. But again, to me, it just seemed like it might be an interesting point for some wiggle room. But I'm perfectly happy to concede to the will of council. I just wanted to throw an idea a little outside the box onto the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Love, and that's exactly what we're all supposed to do every day when we come to our committee meetings and our council meetings. Councillor Donoghue, the last word before the vote.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Perhaps it's illuminating. I don't know if all of council, I'm more than happy, anyone that wishes. There was an 8-page part of the long-term financial plan from the April 2015, April 29th to be precise, 2015 County Council that encompasses or captures the entirety of the long-term financial plan. But I certainly would draw to council's attention at that time, there is a chart that recognizes that in the 7 years prior to the 2015 budget, The average levy that had been made by the county was 1.0014%. That's right, 1.0014% was the average levy from 2008 through to 2014. The initial recommendation on the long-term financial plan prior to my even taking my chair in October of 2014 was that the long-term financial plan be set at 2.28%. The reason that Council adopted the revised levy target of 3 in 2015 was because there was $600,000 of equipment costs that had not been captured in the long-term financial plan, in addition to which there was a 2% escalator on all of the capital asset plan that was incorporated, leading to a gap. That gap has long been filled. The reason that we're at this spot, in my estimation, is because the county was frankly being starved in that period from 2008 to 2014. How any entity could get by on a 1% annual increase to revenues is beyond me. But certainly that is the basis by which we find ourselves. And that context of how we are, where we are, I think could be quite illuminating for those who may not be completely familiar with it.
Thank you for that. So everyone understands the resolution as presented by Councillor Love and Councillor Donahue. Seeing yes. All in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Thank you very much. So we are now going back to the original resolution as presented by the Finance and Administration Committee. Any further discussion on that before we have a recorded vote? Seeing none. Mr. Morrow, you want to take it from here, please?
Thank you, Warden. I will just get this spreadsheet up. Okay, Warden, if I may, I'll start with the recorded vote. Thank you. Councillor Bennett, for or against?
I'll have to go back, Paul. I'm stuck here.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett, you're fine now. So Councillor Bennett,
right.
for or against?
I'm against.
Against. Sorry. Councillor Brose, for or against?
For.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Donahue, for or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Emo, for or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Grills, for or against?
I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt, for or against?
For.
Councillor Keller, for or against?
For.
Councillor Love, for or against?
For.
Councillor Lynch, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Murphy, for or against?
For.
Councillor Peckett, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Rigier, for or against?
For.
Councillor Reinwald, for or against?
For.
Councillor Robinson, for or against?
For.
Councillor Sweet, for or against?
Against.
And I think Councillor TJ is left. Thank you, ma'am. The motion is carried 120 to 79.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Excellent discussion, excellent debate. That's what we're here for. All right, now we're on to bylaws. So I need a mover and a seconder that the bylaws listed on item 11 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated September 30th, 2020 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peckett, seconded by Councillor Lynch. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Any notice of motions? Councillor Love, excuse me.
Sorry, Warden, I think I want the next item. I apologize.
That's all right. So next up, members' written motions. Councillor Love?
Yes, thank you, Warden. I hope I'm a little more successful with this. I have put forward a motion basically requesting for a letter of support from the County of Renfrew that would obviously come from the Warden for the Madawaska Valley Family Health Team, who are doing a business case to the Ministry of Health to add 2 additional full-time nurse practitioners and a registered practical nurse to their practice. The reason they're doing this is because we have a severe shortage of doctors in the Madawaska Valley area. And we have a lot of orphan patients, about 1,400 that have been identified by the family health team. They are looking to, they have over the past 2 years that they've been in operation, assisted our existing doctors to expand their practices by taking on a lot of the basic work that where you don't need to see a doctor. They're helping the doctors to add more patients because they can manage a larger caseload, having the nurse practitioners see people who have basic simple maladies. So at this point, they're also looking to expand the nurse practitioner practice to actually have a patient caseload as well. And this is basically because we really do have a significant physician shortage, and it is about to get worse. We are losing a physician as of the end of this year. We have a number of physician retirements on the horizon. And while we do have a physician recruitment committee that has been working steadily for many a year, and if Councillor TJ was here, she would be able to speak to that because she's been involved from the beginning, we do need to do something to make sure that we are providing primary care to our residents in the Madawaska Valley, South Algonquin, Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan, Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards area. So I've put forward this motion, just looking for a letter of support for the business case, and also provided one myself from Madawaska Valley. So Warden, I hope that explains it sufficiently. Do I need to read the motion?
Yes, you will need to read the motion. I need you need a seconder as well. So I'm looking for a seconder to Councillor Love's motion, Councillor Peckett. So Councillor Love, if you would read the motion, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Whereas the County of Renfrew is a rural community in dire need of healthcare professionals, and whereas the County of Renfrew is experiencing a shortage of physicians, and whereas the number of unattached patients is expected to grow significantly in the County of Renfrew as local physicians retire. Therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew support Madawaska Valley Family Health Team business case to the Ministry of Health for 2 additional full-time nurse practitioners, along with a full-time registered practical nurse to support their practice. And further, that the Warden of the County of Renfrew provide a letter of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Love. Are there any comments? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Thank you very much to Councillor Law bringing this forward. I think by now everyone has seen the stats. It's something on the order of 25% of the population of this region, the Ottawa Valley, Renfrew County, South Algonquin, that are without a family physician. The challenge is real. I've ad nauseum brought up when the sub-regions of the LHIN were being rolled out, the western sub-region of which we are a part had 67 doctors or nurse practitioners per 100,000 versus LHIN-wide of essentially double that. The need is real. Certainly, as you have often cited, VTAC has been transformative. I think will continue, hopefully, to be transformative. But this is an absolute necessity across our community. Everyone is recruiting doctors. Everyone is facing this challenge. I am completely in support of a letter of support on the initiative from the Madawaska Valley Family Health Team.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Warden. What I wanted, I get it. I get the shortage of family physicians and the need for that specifically. But what I'm having not having trouble with, but I want us to look at the big picture. I mean, we have a local family health team that needs to recruit more doctors. We have a physician recruitment committee. Petawawa does the same, Laurentian Valley, and I don't even know how many of them there are across the valley. And then the significant difference that VTAC has made and the significant efforts that that the county organization, the paramedics, public health, partnering with some of our primary care facilities, hospitals, the difference that has made. The big picture, and it's interesting because as I sit here and our family health team is trying to recruit doctors, I'm competing against Madawaska Valley, Greater Madawaska, Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, and we're all competing against each other for this. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we should be looking at the big picture of physician recruitment for Renfrew County, primary health care in Renfrew County, and family health teams in general. I can't ramble on anymore, sorry.
Where were you 15 years ago? Because there was a push 15 years ago, give or take a year, to recruit primary care physicians on a county-wide basis, and the attempt was not successful. You certainly identified a issue that we're certainly not going to be able to come to any conclusion this afternoon, but it certainly is worth a discussion, an ongoing discussion for sure. Right now, family health teams in particular, the Madawaska Valley Family Health Team needs our support to try to convince the provincial government to fund nurse practitioner positions there. It's not the ideal situation, but it is a solution to a very real and very growing problem. I think anytime we have an opportunity as a county to come together and support any of the family health teams, community health centers, family health centers, in their application for more funding for primary care access for the residents of Renfrew County, we need to take that opportunity and do so. So I am certainly absolutely in favor of this resolution. And the message is out there. If there are other family health teams making applications or community health centers making applications for more funding for primary care for the residents of Renfrew County, ask us for help. I'm pretty sure you're going to get it. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you to Councillor Doncaster. I was just on county council at that point and being somewhat naive, thought that the county should be involved in it. So I brought it back on the agenda 7 times until finally, I think the procedural bylaw got amended to stomp it out. So I couldn't bring it back any further. It didn't go anywhere, unfortunately, because a lot of our communities had already invested a bit of time, money, and prestige into setting up their own committees, and eventually, procedurally I got blocked, and I ran out of energy. So everybody went off and did their own thing. So I agree with you. And I think to your point about VTAC, they're pretty clear where communities are unable to recruit family physicians locally. Access to a named family physician via virtual means with support from locally available allied health professionals may offer a better alternative to the emergency department. So they're very clear that they're pursuing a temporary and an intermediate fix that's adequate to ensure that we have primary care, our residents. But they're very clear it's not the ideal, but recognizing that they're the next best to ideal. So I think we all agree with you about VTAC and its applicability, but they're very clear about what they see their role as, and that they think that everybody should have a family physician if possible.
And if I could just add to that, so what VTAC is showing is that virtual care, primary virtual care can work, but it is for episodic care. It's not the ideal situation. But what I think that they are doing, I don't know intentionally or not, is proving to the province that you can have virtual primary care. You could be rostered to a physician who is working virtually and get complete primary care with the allied services supporting that doctor and the individual patient. So I think it's the beginning of a really exciting solution to primary care access for all of rural Ontario, in fact, Canada and wherever else there's difficulty with people accessing primary care, but it's one of the first steps. Councillor Murphy, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I was just going to say there is a precedent for this, at least one that I know of. The County of Renfrew supported our bid with Whitewater Township for the latest round, and I can see Councillor Regier is nodding along. We did get a letter of support. I have no doubt that it helped, so I'm fully in support of this. And to Kim, you lose some, you win some.
Councillor Love.
I'm hoping to win this one. Definitely. So I think in the end, our residents do have to recognize that they may not have a primary care physician specifically, but they need to have a primary care team. And our nurse practitioners at our family health team have been working very closely with our paramedics and built a very strong working relationship that includes working with VTAC as well. So the solutions we're offering in Renfrew County in order to ensure that people have some form of primary care are definitely needed and working well. And I'm more than happy to promote the VTAC solution to the Roma board to see if it also can't work in other rural communities and possibly northern communities. In this particular case, you know, if we could get a family doctor, we would. We've tried everything, and you know, I'm very grateful to our warden who is actually working with us to ensure that we still have someone looking out for our interests in terms of physician recruitment, and I do certainly very much appreciate that. But we've got to do something, and this is what we can. This is what the family health team can do. This funding is potentially there for them. So I would just encourage a letter of support to see if we can't get something going here and recognize that VTAC is still an important aspect that we do need to also continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Loves. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. Yeah, I would agree with you 100% of what you're talking about. We're certainly moving towards that virtual type of situation. Even within our own family health team, you can phone and you get a receptionist who gives the information to a doctor or nurse practitioner, and you get information back that you will receive a call at 2:10 on the 23rd or the 25th or whatever it might be. The chances of actually having a visit to the doctor's office is getting more and more remote. But nonetheless, you do get that level of service, and it seems to me that we're generally leading in that general direction, and the physician will direct you to a specialist or whatever it might be. That seems to be the trend. So it speaks very, very well for the VTAC situation that is currently in place here, and I think we're moving in that general direction.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on Councillor Doncaster's comments, I just wanted to pick up on that. I do not believe that these are mutually exclusive. I think that it doesn't have to be competitive. I get that that's how this has transpired. The doctor shortage is across the western, what is it, the formerly Western Champlain sub-region. We're all in this together. I think that there is an opportunity on a going forward basis to perhaps take a more comprehensive regional approach to this. But I would say is that at this time, this is what's in front of us and is supported. And likewise, I am part of a recruitment initiative in the catchment area of Renfrew Victoria Hospital. That if we brought something forward, I expect that the warden can put together a boilerplate on behalf of the Madawaska family health team that could just cut and paste a little bit of addressing, and it probably would be applicable to every one of our efforts.
Oh, thank you for that suggestion, but I would never do that. take my word for it, everyone's going to be a little bit different. I'm very conscious here that we have a closed session that I really would like our CAO to be a part of, as well as the chair of social services, and he is having some technical difficulty. So I see Councillor Reinwald, your hand is up, and then I'm going to call for the vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Morden. No, I'm on mute yet, eh?
No, we can hear you. Good.
No, you're good.
Hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, I'm done. No, in fact, I'd like to, I'm in agreement with, I think, what everyone is saying. Councillor Love, I'm in agreement of the requirements that you require in Madawaska Valley and the surrounding area. I do also believe that the VTAC is an excellent solution to a real problem that we have in all of Renfrew County. All the rural areas are having real issues right now. And Councillor Doncaster, recruitment for Deep River District Hospital is going to be in the same situation very, very soon with regards to physician recruitment. You know, doctors are soon going to be leaving. Everyone's sitting at that age group where there's going to be retirement, and we're going to be struggling also. I know with the Deep River District Hospital, it supports, Laurentian Hills, Deep River, Head Clare, Mariah, even folks on the Quebec side and Petawawa. So I'm very concerned about this whole nature. So I'm sure at one point in time, we'll be coming to county to request support also. That's my comment for the day.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reinwald. And there are some things happening behind the scenes throughout the county to try to have a more cohesive approach to recruitment. So hopefully stay tuned, and there'll be some good information coming to all of us in the next 6 to 8 months. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. Any council new business? Councillor Eamon.
Yes, just further to our discussion this morning, my understanding is I read out the resolution, ask for a seconder, and then we ask for relief from the procedural bylaw. So the resolution is, whereas the County of Renfrew August 2020 long-term care position paper identified and recommended the government legislate and fund a nursing and personal care minimum standard of 4 hours of care per resident per day effective 2020. And whereas the Ontario government has long recognized the vulnerability of long-term care homes through its recent announcement to investment of close to $540 million to protect residents, caregivers, and staff in long-term care homes from future surges and waves of COVID-19. Therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew authorize the warden to send a letter to the Premier of Ontario, Ministers of Long-Term Care and Health, and copy our MPP Yakubuski to urge the government to provide immediate ongoing funding supporting a minimum of 4 hours of resident care per day. Further, that a copy of this resolution is provided to all Ontario municipalities, as well as the Eastern and Western Wardens Caucus and the Association of Municipalities and Advantage, Roma, and AMO and EOMC. And during the background very briefly, during the past 20 years, experts in long-term care have established the need for legislated and funded minimum standard of 4 hours of care per resident per day. This ongoing funding remains outstanding and is needed immediately to recruit and retain personal support workers, as well as ensure safe resident care, not only during the current pandemic, but also going forward to ensure ongoing quality resident care. And I would just very quickly refer you to page 36 of our package, that fancy little graph thing that Ms. Sheedy submitted to the province. Despite that Boncher Manor is adequately prepared, there continues to be a shortage of long-term care, particularly PSWs. This is especially concerning given the need to cohort suspect cases and new admissions. Provincial funding of 4 hours resident days per resident per day and in PC minimum standard is required now to recruit and retain PSWs, to make resident aid type positions permanent, and continue support of the single employer model. So I think, I think that is adequate explanation for the background.
Thank you, Councillor Emo. So I'm going to ask for a seconder, and I've also asked Mr. Morrow to put that resolution on the screen for us because it is fairly detailed. So I see a seconder in Councillor Murphy. I am going to give people just a moment to read it again. So it's very clear.
Get it?
Notice of motion is 66.
66? Yes, ma'am, 66.
Warden,
Suspend the notice of motion provisions.
Madam Warden.
Sorry, yes.
Through you to Paul, can you just insert, well, now I can't see it. It says the Minister of Long-Term Care and Health. I think it should be the Minister of Long-Term Care and the Minister of Health.
Okay.
Okay. He can do that. All right. Before we get into any discussion on the resolution, I need a motion to suspend the procedural rules under section 66 so we can discuss this.
I'd be prepared to make that motion, Your Warden. Your Warden, the Warden, Madam Warden.
And a seconder for that motion?
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to suspend section 66? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you very much. So we'll go back to the motion that is on this, was on the screen. Is it still on the screen? All right, any discussion on the motion? You'll have to bear with me because I have to try to see everybody.
Councillor Murphy's waving at you.
Oh, okay, I get to see her. All right, thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Now I'll officially say, could we please insert, it's a bit, it says Ministers, Long-Term Care and Health. Just out of respect for each of Minister Fullerton and Minister Elliott, I would like to see them split out if that's okay.
All right, that's completed.
Roma needs an A at the end of it.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Remind everybody, the Ontario East Conference, I believe, is happening this month, virtually again. So I need a motion to go into closed. Mr. Morrow, can you read the motion, please? Oh, Councillor Doncaster.
Just before that, can I jump in for a second? So the
Absolutely.
Elections for the directors for the Ontario Caucus of FCM will open on Monday. So 5 to 7. So what's that? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I just encourage everybody, you will get, so there was, I just wanted to clarify that there was 2 separate election processes with FCM, one for the table officers and one for directors. The directors will open on Monday. Anybody that's registered will get another email where you will get the link to go in and create another pin and go in and vote Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much and very best of luck. So Mr. Morrow, can you read the motion, please?
Yes, Warden. That County Council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss explicitly confidential information from senior government.
Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder to go into closed. Councillor Sweet, Councillor Bennett. All in favor? Carried. All right, thank you very much. Sean, if you can